Good morning, good morning, good morning to you. It's a lovely day now that I see you. Think about some arts and crafts today. There's some things. And I was like, ooh, I like that idea real good. So I adjusted my necklaces yesterday when I went off air. I worked on my other necklace, and so I gotta put that one on next. But I really wanted to do this next portion, which was attach this shell, the eyelet, to my headpiece. And I thought I'd share that with whoever would like to watch. So essentially, like when I'm braiding, 3 or 4 strands, it has a double loop over. So I'll like ring it with another one. And now I can braid that from anywhere. I tied it off to the edge of my chair. It's just a 3-strand braid. 4-strand braids are nice. I like 4-strand braids. But this is something just quicker the better. 3-strand, a lot faster. 4-strand, you can do it I can do it fast, but it doesn't look so pretty. It doesn't look so nice. But braiding's fun. I guess you can get good at it because it's not complicated. It really isn't. And it is the basis of weaving, or making quilts or blankets or something that a family member would enjoy and use. There's this one city I used to live in, and they'd always be giving away knitted hats. The purple one I'm usually wearing, some knitted hat, and that was made by somebody locally in the community. There's like somebody, and they make them, and then they go give them away to the places that give away clothes and stuff. Like, I know it's got to be somebody, because like I've seen their stuff everywhere at all times of the year, like when it's cold and whatnot. And if it's not one person, I tell you what, it's a whole bunch of people that love doing just that. And how many people are warmed and appreciate what they have, and I don't know, just somebody's hobby, somebody's joy. They can make more than they know what to do with. Well, they've given it away. Ain't that just what we should do? I just so I enjoy braiding, and I always feel like braiding is kind of like some things you do want to weave together, some things you do want to stay together, and so it is a bit of effective blessing. I think we can call it there. Start getting to the end and start losing the. Oh, I haven't slept yet. I think I'll just call it right there. A braided piece. A shell. Coffee. I swear, I'd like to. I don't know if it'd be possible, but hey, nowadays you could do anything with the right with the right conditions in the room. You know, you can do anything. But I'd like to have some cocoa beans, like some cocoa plants, like chocolate. You know, like the original chocolate bean, like that plant, and or tree, whatever. Forgive me or not, I don't care. And like coffee beans, man, whatever plant, tree. Forgive my in the morning. I'm thinking abstractedly, and but you know, a couple of those plants, so I could have chocolate and coffee, and I could grow them and just have them. That would be great. I don't have to buy them from across the world. It's got to be possible. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. I think that looks pretty decent. We won't find out. All right, the next portion. I'm doing arts and crafts this morning. A little abstract thinking. So these two guys, I'm gonna match those. I'm gonna find the center. Looks good right there. Now I just need a tiny opening. Snip, snip. I could do it. I could do it. Good positive optimism. Kid having fun. Patience. Just be patient. Insertion complete. Wop babaloo bop wop bam boom. We go together like wop babaloo bop wop bam boom. Just like my brother. No 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 no. Yippity dippity dip. I used to be in choir in middle school, and because I was a Jehovah's Witness and I wasn't allowed to celebrate the holidays, then I couldn't sing the holiday songs. So the teacher stopped teaching me, and she told me to lip sync to everything, kind of without telling me to lip sync to everything, and just gave me paperwork to do during class. And then during the test, I just walk up and lip sync, and I just get like an A or a B, pass the class. So there's this one time they were putting on a concert for Grease Lightning, for Grease, the show, the movie, whatever, a musical score. And so I got up there and we did the concert, and Mom was there and Grandma was there. And afterwards they said, "You did such a great job. Wow, you sounded wonderful." And I said, "No, you didn't hear me. I lip synced it all." They said, "No, we saw you singing. We heard you singing." I said, "I lip synced it." Some teachers don't know how to teach. Some things wind up restricting your life for some talents or gifts you could have learned. Better work on them later if you want them. Well, I'm just a kid. I'm having fun with whatever I like to. See how this goes together and see how close or not we got this one. Alright, this piece is already done. I don't got to do no work on it. Well, not necessarily. go. When I used to wear armor, when I used to have armor, when I first got the armor, it was awesome. It was so cool. And then I tried it on and I tried to move, and like it might have been great for a certain amount of activity, but after a certain point, my muscles are worn. It's not moving correct on my body. It's not a second skin. It's a distraction. And so one thing I learned, I was continually adjusting and finding and doing historical research to find out how to better attune this. How do I better fit this armor to my body to where it fits like a second skin? Because that's the way it's supposed to function. And I found that. I found that for as much as I could do personally on my own without, being a freaking wizard while I'm 20 years old and 24 years old and messing with armor and swords. It's like Arthur. What the heck are you talking about, dude? um, but one thing that helped me do is try to learn the squire trait, the squire ability, learning how to get a good fitting going. And always improving, always growing, always developing a new layer, a new this, because the tower is being built anew. You're the tower, you're the temple. That's what we're building up. We build that up. That's you. Build that up. I'm just telling you my process. And what I've learned has been the the path. And in building all of that, it gets to a certain point where it's like, boom, that's my new look. And I hold that. I hold that look for as long as I do. There's no time limit set on it, but that's what I carry every single day. If the stuff gets dirty, I'm gonna clean it, wash it, whatever I gotta do to maintain, and I'm gonna keep going with the flow that the energy has me within. And when I notice a shift, when I notice that that energy is outdated, when that kind of system of working, that combination, that attire, that whole formula, it's still effective, but it's soon going to be outdated, and in the process of being outdated. And so in that process, it's like, okay, destroy the tower, destroy the temple, let a new one be erected from the ashes, from the crumbles, from the that allows us to build anew. And it is destroyed and rebuilt, destroyed and rebuilt. That is the process of transformation. And in my path, I've learned that I can wait. I can wait for that crash to happen naturally, or when I see that the situation, the time is right, then I can like do a controlled demolition on a day when is great to do it on, and then there's no like casualties at all whatsoever. That's part of my continual growth, continual updates, continual improvements. Um, Sometimes that piece gets completely destroyed and made anew because something else is in the process of being formed. And if my soul is ready for a new process, dare I wait till the next life to experience what the soul needs to go through. So I took a bracelet, an old bracelet, and I tied it off to this necklace at one point, so that I can just feed it to the eyelet here. And be able to turn a necklace into an armband rather quickly. Now readjust this one a little bit here. And then, you can do side. And it's an old bracelet, like, when I say old one, I mean like it's old energy. And I already cut it, so the energy's already been like unbound. It's just a piece of, it's just a bracelet now. And that's the thing, like earlier when I was braiding, I'm weaving new energies together. But before I do that, I cut the old energies off. I already cut the old energies, the old weaving off. I let those energies go back, do whatever they do, or however the case. Not that I was keeping anything trapped or whatever, but you can save moments of time, like a camera, like a picture, like the talismans that I talk about. We pour our energy into the talisman, so it preserves the energy that is in the atmosphere. Yesterday we talked about an atmosphere, walking into a room and feeling like the air is thick. And that is because there was conversation, there was energy, there was emotion. It filled the space in the room, and that's why it felt thick. That's why the air felt thick. And so we can do the same thing with objects, with things, and we can preserve that moment by weaving together a bracelet, necklace, yarn, making something, crafting something in that moment. But on a side note, and the question has been asked many, 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 many times over, and I will finally give a legitimate answer. Why is the rum always gone? Well, before we discover why the rum is always gone, we must discover why are we asking why is all the rum gone? Because we can't remember what happened to it. Because last night you drank so gosh darn much that you blacked out and kept drinking, and the rum's on go home because you drank it and don't remember drinking it. That's why it's gone. Who knew pirates would need Sherlock Holmes to help them out? Alright. Ooh. Okay. I don't. Okay. Okay. Let's see how long this. I'm just curious. I'm gonna be reading for a little bit here. A few pages, not too. Okay. Some good information coming up. Okay. So one thing we've discussed is that the Divine Mother, she is both a magician and a nurse. Many times in our life, we're trying to keep going and 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 going in order to pay bills and put a roof over our head and do the most responsible thing. But right now, in this divine timing of this entire world that humanity is living within, the Divine Mother is going to make you sick and make you ill because she can cure that too. What she inflicts, she can cure, and she's trying to slow your ass down. You continuing to move forward is destroying your body, your immune system, and it is not allowing you to attach and connect to your own heart and thus your intuition, which is the driving force of divinity. Divinity, the Father and Mother, I have empowered them so much that most people in this world no longer have a choice of being stubborn and saying, I don't want to learn my lesson. She and he are going to put them and they on their ass until they learn their lesson. You don't need no cards pulled. You need to slow the down. You need to tell everybody, including your own desires, no, you need to rest. I need to sleep for 36 hours and have some fucking hot cocoa in between. Chill out. You're not getting anywhere with your own efforts. For those in sickness, for those in illness, for those in that aspect. We need hospitality of others. We need to connect with our family. Most times we need to connect with ourselves first. And we need to take care of ourselves first because there is nobody else that's going to take care of us. Not ourselves with money. Money is not going to fix your body. Your heart of love is going to heal your body. It's not a placebo effect. It's the magician's ability to transform any substance into a remedy. It transformed the sugar pill into the chemicals the body needed to balance. Ah! All the shit they're doing in a lab, billions and millions fucking wasted, you dumb fucks. The only way you can get there is by connecting to your heart. Money ain't gonna get you there. It's gonna get you misery. Misery. Everybody, I've been through it so many times. But fear not, you will heal. When the lesson is learned, it's always a season. That season do change at some point. It's a wonderful thing about life to enjoy the moment, even no matter how irritating it is, because that moment will pass at some point. It will not return. Not that moment. To each one their own feelings. This is the time of the season. You're not the only one, Mingle, going through this. You're not, it doesn't have one viewer. You're not the only viewer. It's something Shakespeare helped me realize. Reading Shakespeare helped me understand that the information presented applies to the individual who connects to it. These are not easy days. Life is not easy. And the world has challenged ascension. It's challenged growth. Said we want to technologically advance, but we do not want to emotionally advance. When I was younger, I ran into a lot of people, and at one point, very early, I processed mentally very quickly. I said, the emotions that I feel, I once thought that they were, only I could feel those extremes, only I could feel those emotions, only I felt that. My situation, everything I went through, the girl, the guy, the this, the that. And then I realized somewhere really young, before the age of 7, that everybody else in the world feels the same extremes. They feel the same ups, they feel the same downs, they feel the same highs, the same goods, they feel the same bads, the same lows. This started changing how I interacted with people. I wasn't the best, I still got into fights and scraps and all that kind of shit and did things and said things I shouldn't. But at least I was aware and I started working on myself. I started started not wanting people to experience those bad feelings. And then I went on my shamanic walk and got my tongue cut through like a sword. I don't care what it was, the truth, what I'm being given, what is in my heart, that's what I'm speaking. And then somewhere upon that shamanic path, I started turning my words so that they were all melodious and loving and appeasing and people pleasing. And then somebody came up one day and said, "That's not the reading I want. Tell me the truth." They saw I was holding back. They saw that I was being nice. And I let the truth out. And they said, "Thank you for that. That's what I needed. And that's who I am. And if you don't like that, then..." I've met plenty of people who don't talk to me anymore because of just that. It's That's my life. That's why I enjoy every moment with who I have at every intersection. And as the divine guide me to speak, thus I speak, thus it is who I am. But I have some very powerful information to share with you. Lavender, saffron, The duties of a prince on meth are to be earnest, true, reliable, and sincere, to protect the people against illegal impositions and exactions, to contend for their political rights, and to see as far as he may or can that those bear the burdens who reap the benefits of the government. You are to be true unto all men. You are to be frank and sincere in all things. You are to be earnest in doing whatever it is your duty to do, and no man must repent that he has relied upon your resolve, your profession, or your word. The great distinguishing characteristic of a Mason is sympathy with his kind. He recognizes in the human race one great family, all connected with himself by those invisible links and that mighty network of circumstance forged and woven by God. Feeling that sympathy, it is his first Masonic duty to serve his fellow man. At his first entrance into the order, he ceases to be isolated and becomes one of a great brotherhood, assuming new duties toward every Mason that lives, as every Mason at the same moment assumes them toward him. Nor are those duties on his part confined to Masons alone. He assumes many in regard to his country and especially toward the great, suffering masses of the common people, for they too are his brethren and God hears them. Inarticulate as the moanings of their misery are, by all proper means of persuasion and influence, and otherwise, if the occasion and emergency require, he is bound to defend them against oppression and tyrannical and illegal exactions. He labors equally to defend and improve the people. He does not flatter them to mislead them, nor fawn upon them to rule them, nor conceal his opinions to humor them, nor tell them that they can never err, and that their voice is the voice of God. He knows that the safety of every free government and its continuance and perpetuity depend upon the virtue and intelligence of the common people, and that unless their liberty is of such a kind as arms can neither procure nor take away, unless it is the fruit of many courage, of justice, temperance, and generous virtue, unless being such it has taken deep root in the minds and hearts of the people at large, there will not long be wanting those who will snatch from them by treachery that they have acquired by arms or institutions. He knows that if being released from the toils of war, the people neglect the arts of peace, if their peace and liberty be a state of warfare, if war be their only virtue in the summit of their praise, they will soon find peace the most adverse to their interests. It will only a more distressing war. It will only be a more distressing war, and that which they imagined a liberty will be the worst of slavery. For unless by the means of knowledge and morality, not frothy and loquacious, but genuine, unadulterated, and sincere, they clear the horizon of the mind from those mists of error and passion which arise from ignorance and vice. They will always have those who will bend their necks to the yoke as if they were brutes, who, notwithstanding all their triumphs, will put them up to the highest bidder as if they were mere booty made in war, and find an exuberant source of wealth and power in the people's ignorance, prejudice, and passions. The people that does not subjugate the propensity of the wealth to avarice, ambition, and sensuality, expel luxury from them and their families, keep down pauperism, diffuse knowledge among the poor, and labor to raise the abject from the mire of vice and low indulgence, and to keep the industrious from starving in sight of luxurious festivals, will find that it has cherished in that avarice, ambition, sensuality, selfishness, and luxury of the one class, and that degradation, misery, drunkenness, ignorance, and brutalization of the other, more stubborn and intractable despots at home than it ever encountered in the field, and even its very bowels will be continually teeming with the intolerable progeny of tyrants. These are the first enemies to be subdued. This constitutes the campaign of peace. These are triumphs, difficult indeed, but bloodless and far more honorable than those trophies which are purchased only by slaughter and rapine. And if not victors in this service, it is in vain to have been victorious over the despotic enemy in the field. For if any people thinks that it is a grander, more beneficial, or a wiser policy to invent subtle expedients by stamps and imposits for increasing the revenue and draining the lifeblood of an impoverished people, to multiply its naval and military force, to rival in craft at the ambassadors of foreign states, to plot the swallowing up of foreign territory, to make crafty treaties and alliances, to rule prostrate states and abject provinces by fear and force, then to administer unpolluted justice to the people, to relieve the condition and raise the estate of the toiling masses, redress the injured and succor the distressed, and consolate the discontented, and speedily restore to everyone his own, then that people is involved in a cloud of error and will too late perceive when the illusion of these mighty benefits has vanished, that in neglecting these which it thought inferior considerations, it has only been precipitating its own ruin and despair. Unfortunately, every age presents its own special problem, most difficult and often impossible to solve, and that which this age offers and forces upon the consideration of all thinking men is this: how in a populous and wealthy country, blessed with free institutions and a constitutional government, are the great masses of the manual labor class to be enabled to have steady work at fair wages, to be kept from starvation and their children from vice and debauchery, and to be furnished with that degree not of mere reading and writing, but of knowledge, that shall fit them intelligently to do the duties and exercise the privilege of free men, even to be entrusted with the dangerous right of suffrage. For though we do not know why God, being infinitely merciful as well as wise, has so ordered it, it seems to be unquestionably his law that even in civilized and Christian countries the large mass of the population shall be fortunate if during their whole life, from infancy to old age, in health and sickness, they have enough of the commonmost and coarsest food to keep themselves and their children from the continual gnawing of hunger, enough of the commonest and coarsest clothing to protect themselves and their little ones from indecent exposure in the bitter cold, and if they have over their heads the ruddest shelter. And he seems to have enacted his law, which no human community has yet found the means to abrogate, that when a country becomes populous, capital shall concentrate in the hands of a limited number of persons, and labor become more and more at its mercy, until mere manual labor, that of the weaver and the iron worker and other artisans, even ceases to be worth more than a bare substance, and often in great cities and vast extents of country, not even that, and goes or crawls about in rags, begging and starving for want of work, while every ox and horse can find work, and it's worth being fed. It is not always so with man. To be employed, to have a chance to work at anything like fair wages, becomes the great engrossing object of a man's life. The capitalist can live without employing the laborer, and discharges him whenever the laborer ceases to be profitable. At the moment when the weather is most inclement, provisions dearest, and rents highest, he turns him off to starve. If the day laborer is taken sick, his wages stop. When old, he has no pension to retire upon. His children cannot be sent to school, for before their bones are hardened, they must get to work lest they starve. The man, strong and able-bodied, works for a shilling or two a day, and the woman, shivering over her little pan of coals, when the mercury drops far below zero, after her hungry children have wailed themselves to sleep, so is by the dim light of her lonely candle for a bare pittance, selling her life to him who bargained only for the work of her needle. Fathers and mothers slay their children to have their burial fees, that with the price of one's child's life they may continue life in those that survive. Little girls with bare feet sweep the street crossings when the winter wind pinches them, and beg piteously for pennies of those who wear warm furs. Children grow up in squalid misery and brutal ignorance. Want compels virgin and wife to prostitute themselves. Women starve and freeze and lean upon against the walls of workhouses like bundles of foul rags, all night long and night after night, when the cold rain falls and there chances to be no room for them within, and hundreds of families are crowded into a single building, rife with horrors and teeming with foul air and pestilence, where men, women, and children huddle together in their filth, all ages and colors sleeping indiscriminately together, while in a great free republican state, in the full vigor of its youth and strength, one person in every 17 is a pauper receiving charity. How to deal with this apparently inevitable evil and mortal disease is by far the most important of all social problems. What is to be done with pauperism and oversupply of labor? How is the life of any country to last when brutality and drunken semi barbarism vote and hold offices in their gift and by fit representatives of themselves control government? How, if not wisdom and authority, but turbulence and low vice, are to exalt to censorship miscreants reeking with the odors and pollution of hell? The prize ring, the brothel, and the stock exchange, where gambling is legalized and rascality is laudable? Masonry will do all in its power by direct exertion and cooperation to improve and inform as well as to protect the people, to better their physical condition, relieve their miseries, supply their wants, and minister to their necessities. Let every Mason in this good work do all that he may in his power. For it is true now, as it always was and always will be, that to be free is the same thing as to be pious, to be wise, to be temperate and just, to be frugal and abstinent, and to be magnanimous and brave. And to be the opposite of all these things is the same as to be a slave. And it is usually as it happens by the appointment and, as it were, retributive justice of the deity, that the people which cannot govern themselves and moderate their passions, but crouch under the slavery of their lusts and vices, are delivered up to the sway of those whom they abhor, and made to submit to an involuntary servitude. And it is also sanctioned by the dictates of justice and by the constitution of nature, that he who from the imbecility of the derangement of his intellect is incapable of governing himself should, like a minor, be committed to the government of another. Above all things, let us never forget that mankind constitutes one great brotherhood, all born to encounter suffering and sorrow, and therefore bound to sympathize with each other. For no tower of pride was ever yet high enough to lift its possessor above the trials and fears and frailties of humanity. No human hand ever built the wall, nor ever shall, that will keep out affliction, pain, and infirmity. Sickness and sorrow, trouble and death, are dispensations that level everything. They know none, high nor low. The chief wants of life, the great and grave necessities of the human soul, give exemption to none. They make all poor, all weak. They put supplication in the mouth of every human being as truly as in that of the meanest beggar. But the principle of misery is not an evil principle. We err, and the consequences teach us wisdom. All elements, all the laws of things around us minister to this end, and through the paths of painful error and mistake, it is the design of Providence to lead us to truth and happiness. If erring only taught us to err, if mistakes confirmed us in imprudence, if the miseries caused by vicious indulgence had a natural tendency to make us more abject slaves of vice, then suffering would be wholly evil. But on the contrary, all tends and is designed to produce amendment and improvement. Suffering is the discipline of virtue, of that which is infinitely better than happiness, and yet embraces in itself all essential happiness. It nourishes, invigorates, and perfects it. Virtue is the prize of this severely contested race and hard fought battle, and it is worth all the fatigue and wounds of the conflict. Man should go forth with a brave and strong heart to battle with calamity. He is to master it and not let it become his master. He is not to forsake the post of trial and of peril, but to stand firmly in his lot until the great word of Providence shall bid him fly or bid him sink. With resolution and courage, the mason is to do the work which it is appointed for him to do, looking through the dark cloud of human calamity to the end that rises high and bright before him. The lot of sorrow is great and sublime. None suffer forever, none for naught, nor without purpose. It is the ordinance of God's wisdom and of his infinite love to procure for us infinite happiness and glory. Virtue is the truest liberty, nor is he free who stoops to passions, nor he in bondage who serves a noble master. Examples are the best and most lasting lectures, virtue the best example. He that hath done good deeds and set good precedents in sincerity is happy. Time shall not outlive his worth. He lives truly after death, whose good deeds are his pillars of remembrance, and no day but adds some grains to his heap of glory. Good works are seeds that after sowing return us a continual harvest, and the memory of noble actions is more enduring than moments of marvel. Life is a school. The world is neither prison nor penitentiary, nor palace of ease, nor an amphitheater for games and spectacles, but a place of instruction and discipline. Life is given for moral and spiritual training, and the entire course of the great school of life is an education for virtue, happiness, and a future existence. The periods of life are its terms, all human conditions, its forms, all human employments, its lessons. Families are the primary departments of this moral education. The various circles of society, its advanced stages, kingdoms and republics, its universities, riches and poverty, gaieties and sorrows, marriages and funerals, the ties of life bound or broken, fit and fortunate or untoward and painful, are all lessons. Events are not blindly and carelessly flung together. Providence does not school one man and screen another from the fiery tribal of its lessons. It has neither rich favorites nor poor victims. One event happeneth to all. One end and one design concern and urge all men. The prosperous man has been at school. Perhaps he has thought that it was a great thing, and he a great personage, but he has been merely a pupil. He thought, perhaps, that he was a master, and had nothing to do but to direct and command, but there was ever a master above him, the master of life. He looks not at our splendid state or our many pretensions, nor at aids and appliances of our learning, but at our learning itself. He puts the poor and the rich upon the same form, and knows no difference between them but their progress. If from prosperity we have learned moderation, temperance, candor, modesty, gratitude to God, and generosity to man, then we are entitled to be honored and rewarded. If we learn selfishness, self indulgence, wrongdoing, and vice, to forget and overlook our less fortunate brother, and to scoff at the providence of God, then we are unworthy and dishonored, though we have been nourished in affluence, or taken our degrees from the lineage of 100 noble descents, as truly so in the eye of heaven and of all right thinking men, as though we lay victims of beggary and disease in the hospital, by the hedge, or on the dunghill. The most ordinary human equity looks not at the school but at the scholar, and the equity of heaven will not look beneath that mark. The poor man also is at school. Let him take care that he learn rather than complain. Let him hold to his integrity, his candor, and his kindness of heart. Let him be aware of envy and of bondage, and keep his self respect. The body's toil is nothing. Let him beware of the mind's drudgery and degradation. While he betters his condition if he can, let him be more anxious to better his soul. Let him be willing, while poor, and even if always poor, to learn poverty's great lessons: fortitude, cheerfulness, contentment, and implicit confidence in God's providence. With these, the patience, calmness, self command, disinteressedness, and affectionate kindness, the humble dwelling may be hallowed and made more dear and noble than the loftiest palace. Let him above all things see that he lose not his independence. Let him not cast himself a creature poorer than poor, an indolent, helpless, despised beggar, on the kindness of others. Every man should choose to have God for his master rather than man, and escape not from this school either by dishonesty or alms talking, lest he fall into that state, worse than disgrace, where he can have no respect for himself. The ties of society teach us to love one another. That is a miserable society where the absence of affection and kindness is sought to be supplied by punctilious decorum, graceful or urbanity, and polished insincerity. Where ambition, jealousy, and distrustful rule in place of simplicity, confidence, and kindness. So too the social state teaches modesty and gentleness, and from neglect and notice unworthily bestowed on others, and injustice and the world's failures to appreciate us. We learn patience and quietness to be superior to society's opinions, not cynical and bitter, but gentle, candid, and affectionate still. Death is the great teacher, stern, cold, inexorable, irresistible, whom the collected might of the world cannot stay or ward off. The breath, that parting from the lips of king or better beggar, scarcely stirs the hushed air, cannot be brought or brought back for a moment with the wealth of empires. What a lesson is this, teaching our frailty and feebleness and an infinite power beyond us. It is a fearful lesson that never becomes familiar. It walks through the earth in dread mystery and lays its hands upon all. It is the universal lesson. It is read everywhere and by all men. Its message comes every year and every day. The past years are crowded with its sad and solemn mementos, and death's finger traces its handwriting upon the walls of every human habitation. It teaches us duty, to act our part well, to fulfill the work as assigned us. When one is dying and after he is dead, there is but one question: has he lived well? There is no evil in death, but that which life makes. There are hard lessons in the school of God's providence, and yet the school of life is carefully adjusted in all its arrangements and tasks to man's powers and passions. There is no extravagance in its teachings, nor is anything done for the sake of present effect. The whole course of human life is a conflict with difficulties, and if rightly conducted, a progress of improvement. It is never too late for man to learn, not part only, but the whole of life is a school. There never comes a time, even amidst the decays of age, when it is fit to lay aside the eagerness of acquisition or the cheerfulness of endeavor. Man walks all through the course of life in patience and strife, and sometimes in darkness. For from patience is to come perfection, from strife, triumph is to issue. From the cloud of darkness, the lightning is the flash that shall open the way to eternity. Let the mason be faithful in the school of life and do all its lessons. Let him not learn nothing, nor care not whether he learns or not. Let not the years pass over him, witnesses of only his sloth and indifference, or see him zealous to acquire everything but virtue, nor let him labor only for himself, nor forget that the humblest man that lives is his brother, and hath a claim on his sympathies and kind offices, and that beneath the rough garments which labor wears may beat hearts as noble as throb under the stars of princes. God, who counts by souls, not stations, loves and pities you and me. For to him all vain distinctions are as pebbles on the sea, nor are the other duties inculcated in this degree or less importance. Truth, a mason is early told, is a divine attribute and the foundation of every virtue, and frankness, reliability, sincerity, straightforwardness, plain dealing are but different modes in which truth develops itself. The dead, the absent, the innocent, and those that trust him, no mason will deceive willingly. To all these he owes a nobler justice, and in that they are the most certain trials of human equity. Only the most abandoned of men, said Cicero, will deceive him, who would have remained uninjured if he had not trusted. All the noble deeds that have beat their marches through succeeding ages have proceeded from men of truths and genuine courage. The man who is always true is both virtuous and wise, and thus possesses the greatest guards of safety. For the law that has not power to strike the virtuous, nor can fortune subvert the wise. The basis of Masonry being morality and virtue, it is by studying one and practicing the other that the conduct of a Mason become irreproachable. The good of humanity being its principal object, disinterestedness is one of the first virtues that it requires of its members, for that is the source of justice and benefits. To pity the misfortunes of others, to be humble but without meanness, to be proud but without arrogance, to abjure every sentiment of hatred and revenge, to show himself magnanimous and liberal, without ostentation and without profusion, to be the enemy of vice, to pay homage to wisdom and virtue, to respect innocence, to be constant and patient in adversity and modest in prosperity, to avoid every irregularity that stains the soul and distempers the body. It is by following these precepts that a Mason will become a good citizen and faithful husband, a tender father, an obedient son, and a true brother, will honor friendship and fulfill with ardor the duties which virtue and the social relations impose upon him. It is because Masonry imposes upon us these duties that it is properly and significantly styled work, and he who imagines that he becomes a Mason by merely taking the first 2 or 3 degrees, and that he may, having leisurely stepped upon that small elevation, thenceforward worthily wear the honors of Masonry without labor or exertion, or self denial or sacrifice, and that there is nothing to be done in Masonry, is strangely deceived. Is it true that nothing remains to be done in Masonry? Does one brother no longer proceed by law against another brother of his lodge in regard to matters that could be easily settled within the Masonic family circle? Has the duel, that hideous heritage of barbarism, in, interdicted among brethren by the fundamental laws and denounced by the municipal code, yet disappeared from the soil we inhabit? Do Masons of high rank religiously refrain from it, or do they not, bowing to a corrupt public opinion, submit to its arbitrament, despite the scandal which it occasions to the order, and in violation of the feeble restraint of their oath? Do Masons no longer form uncharitable opinion of their brethren, enter harsh judgments against them, and judge themselves by one rule and their brethren by another? His masonry any has Masonry any well regulated system of charity? Has it done that which it should have done for the cause of education? Where are its schools, its academics, its colleges, its hospitals, and infirmaries? Are political controversies now conducted with no violence and bitterness? Do Masons refrain from defaming and denouncing their brethren who differ with them in religious or political opinions? What grand social problems or useful projects engage our attention at our communications? Where our lodges are lectures habitually delivered for the real instruction of the brethren? Do not our sessions pass in the discussion of minor matters of business, the settlement of points of order, and questions of mere administration, and the admission and advancement of candidates whom after their admission we take no pains to instruct? In what lodge are our ceremonies explained and elucidated, corrupted as they are by time until their true features can scarcely be distinguished? And where are those great primitive truths of revelation taught, which Masonry has preserved to the world? We have high dignities and sounding titles. Do their possessors qualify themselves to enlighten the world in respect to the aims and objects of Masonry? Descendants of those initiates who governed empires, does your influence enter into practical life and operate efficiently in behalf of well regulated and constitutional liberty? Your debate should be but friendly conversations. You need concord, union, and peace. Why then do you retain among you men who excite rivalries and jealousies? Why permit great and violent controversy and ambitious pretensions? How do your own words and acts agree? If your masonry is nullity, how can you exercise any influence on others? Continually you praise each other and utter elaborate and high wrought eulogies upon the order. Everywhere you assume that you are what you should be, and nowhere do you look upon yourselves as you are. Is it true that all our actions are so many acts of homage to virtue? Explore the recesses of your hearts. Let us examine ourselves with an impartial eye and make answer to our own questioning. Can we bear to ourselves the consoling testimony that we always rigidly perform our duties, that we even have performed them? Let us always, with this odious self-flattery, let us be men if we cannot be sages. The laws of masonry, above others excellent, cannot wholly change men's natures. They enlighten them. They point out the true way, but they can lead them in it only by repressing the fire of their passions and subjugating their selfishness. Alas, these conquer, and masonry is forgotten. After praising each other all our lives, there are always excellent brethren who over our coffins shower unlimited eulogies. Every one of us who dies, however useless his life, has been a model of all the virtues, a very child of the celestial light. In Egypt, among our old masters, where masonry was more cultivated than vanity, no one could gain admittance to the sacred asylum of the tomb until he had passed under the most solemn judgment. A grave tribunal sat in judgment upon all, even the kings. They said to the dead, "Whoever thou art, give account to thy country of thy actions. What hast thou done with thy time in life? The law interrogates thee, thy country hears thee, truth sits in judgment on thee." Princes came there to be judged, escorted only by their virtues and their vices. A public accuser recounted the history of the dead man's life, and threw the blaze of the torch of truth on all his actions. If it were adjudicated that he had led an evil life, his memory was condemned in the presence of the nation, and his body was denied the honors of sepulture. And what a lesson the old masonry taught to the sons of the people. Is it true that masonry is that at Acacia withered, guard of truth that withered offers no shade, that masonry no longer marches in the advancement of truth? No. Is freedom yet universal? Have ignorance and prejudice disappeared from the earth? Are there no longer enmities among men? Do cupidity and falsehood no longer exist? Do toleration and harmony prevail among religious and political sects? There are works yet left for masonry to accomplish, greater than the 12 labors of Hercules, to advance ever resolutely and steadily, to enlighten the minds of the people, to reconstruct society, to reform the laws, and to improve the public morals. The eternity in front of it as infinite as the one behind. And masonry cannot cease to labor in the cause of social progress without ceasing to be true to itself, without ceasing to be masonry. Pain, lots of pain. We'll be all right. Give me a moment. Oh, ankles, ankles. I sit like literally directly on my ankle. That's like where the primary weight of my body goes when I sit a certain way. back. I got my. I'm back. Pain's not there no more. It passed. Yeah. I kind of feel like there was this. Actually, there's this one thing I had felt a certain way about it for a while, and then there was something I actually read, Ancient Wise, which really astounded me, and was like, oh, okay, there's some massive truth into all of that. And so essentially, um, when the leg falls asleep during meditation, this is a indicator of like hitting a particular trance state, like you advance, like you unlock something. And so then I kind of found out, like, okay, like how can I let my like foot stay asleep to where it doesn't like cause, I don't want to cause my body long-term damage, but like I can endure the pain for, a prescribed amount of time. Now, on a flip side of that reality, when one goes through their own self-induced pain, such as like that for meditation, I'm not saying I would never recommend to harm the body, nor would I do so on purpose for myself, ever. I'm a kid and I play outside. I cut myself easily just by accident enough. Anyways, um, the pain that actually comes through, uh, let's say there was, I could put this a lot of different ways. Let's say there was an angel going, a whole swath of angels going throughout the world, and it was like a karma was being handed out, right? Stop. Look, this is what happens. There's the energy that goes out in the world, and you're gonna get fucking hit. In that day, in that 24 hours, you're gonna get hit. Whether it be a car accident, whether it be stubbing your toe, whether it be this or that or that or this, okay? It's gonna happen. It's not about karma. It's just energy in the atmosphere. And like that kind of pain, I took my pain for the day. I took my own hit. So when that energy makes its rounds again, it's like, oh wait, that one already got it. Okay, moves right on. I'm aware of this kind of reality. Not that I do things on purpose or think of them and, plan things out of that kind of a way. But these are observances that I've noticed as big reality because I've had events happen and like a little thing will break or something, and instantly within my mind it'll be like something's gonna happen to you in life. You're gonna go through something, but it's not gonna be major. It's gonna be like that little thing that broke. It's not gonna be major. It's like, and so I get omens like that, and then I'm aware certain events are gonna wind up happening. And the Divine Father and Mother have taught me how to, well, as I usually say, don't get caught with your pants down. A lot better if you take your own licks than licks from someone else, I say. Earth Angel. Uh, I like the comment. We should be our own stooges. Yeah, I'm my own stooge. I'm my own stooge. In those moments, and then I can laugh at things. not be hurt by somebody else or whatever the case. But it's nothing that anybody should do like as a regular thing. It's nothing that anybody should do to like as a new habit in life or anything. But like for instance, I went to the Hindu temple for years, and then I realized that like what am I getting at? I sat a certain way for meditation. So there's certain ways I would cross my legs and sit down. Wouldn't exactly be the traditional way or whatever, and sometimes it would, and whatever the case. But then about 4 months ago, 3 months, 2 to 3 months ago, I started receiving within my mind how to sit, how to do certain things that I'd never done before. And literally sitting on my ankle and crossing my legs the way I do now when like reading something, when sending energy out, when really kind of connecting that together. Like it's literally like no, no, it's pretty effective. I think it's given to me for that. And so no man or person really taught me to sit like that on the meditation style. And I don't do it to hurt myself, but I did keep doing it and keep doing it because that's part of the shamanic oracle divine instruction that's being received for myself at that time. Well, then I learned how to endure it longer and longer and longer and longer strides of time, and everything else that I'm going to think about, that I'm going to have an optimistic outlook, and I'm going to apply aspects that I'm going to keep growing with on that. So anyways. Yeah. I didn't want to answer for Earth Angel because that question from Evie was towards Earth Angel, so I just nodded my head. It's a good question. Oh, a nice Earth Angel. Boris, I love it. Where I'm from, we frequently give offerings to the spirits to avoid bad luck. So that's something I learned at the temple as well that I went to, is how they would bring out the food and essentially go over the entire ceremony, and then that food would be served to people, and they call it prasadam. And the other, not too long ago, somebody came and visited me and brought some wonderful things, and we had pie, and we had Chinese food. We had all the dishes literally sitting between us, and we practically didn't even touch the food. It was the spirits were able to enjoy that meal, and that's what I really thought about. As me and the other individual were discussing spiritual things and all that enlightened matter and whatnot, and that's exactly right, Boris. Like that's the truth. And what I found is that by feeding them, by putting food, by making it available for them to partake in, they're actually able to get the sustenance they need on a spiritual level. It doesn't look like they took anything on our level, but on some frequency level, they were able to consume that food and be able to travel and do what they needed to. And in those abilities of traveling and the strength that they were able to receive from the sustenance, literally allowed them to make our life better. And so, yeah, it's like taking care of the human family and the spirit family at once is a beautiful reality to keep in mind continually. That's what I've learned to live with and perceive on a regular basis. And even when I am physically alone, it is truly not possible for me to be like, man, I'm all alone. Definitely incense aids meditation, the aromas, the scents. It's essentially nature that we're smelling, and those aromas, those scents, they do help activate the portions of the body, the nose, all of the yes, Matt, yes to the incense. And and now I'm going to go back to Evie's comment, and I know you directed it at Earth Angel. But the question was, you think it could possibly be a good thing when things like that is brought to our awareness so that we can potentially counter it? That is that's that is the object. That's the name of the game, EV. Like you just aced the quiz. You just aced it. You just got it. You just got it. That's how you keep moving forward, keeping that mentality right there. Keep that mentality. And anybody who wants to adopt it, I would suggest to. I mean, those are great. But Evie, that's great. You think it is a good thing. Let me restate that question. It is a good thing when things like this are brought to our awareness so that we can counter it, especially in the future. A lot of times in the moment, we weren't aware of it from the start. So they started running the race before we even knew there was a race to show up for. We already lost. There's no catching up. We already lost. That's why at the current present situation, usually typically, I wind up folding my cards because now I'm aware of it, and in the future, boom, I can counter it every single time. Why? Because I saw the motherfucker lining up from the race, and I was like, oh, I see what's going on. Let me get started, and not tell nobody else, just like they would to me. So by the time they think nothing, like they think, oh, I'm ahead, they didn't realize I finished. I'm waiting for your ass at the end, mug. Hmm. That's interesting. Huh. If you've seen the tour of my room a time or two, you know that I have like headless angels and different figurines that are missing their heads, and some I still have their heads, and some I don't, and some were lost on accident, and some were left behind on purpose. And this seems to be a regular theme in my life, one way or another. And I take you back with me to 2012 after my mom had passed away. I was still, I wasn't this. And I had my wife and my daughters, they were still in my life. I never went to bed during the day. Ever. Never. Once I woke up in the morning, I was up for the day. And, um, and in the middle of the day, noon, 2 o'clock, middle sunlight high up in the sky, I get tired. And I'm like, I told my wife, I said, I'm gonna go lay down. When I lay down, I passed out. When I opened my eyes, as real as we are here, like my legs weren't present, and I saw my mom in the distance, and I hovered directly to her. It was like orange outline and black background, and I came and hovered to her, and like my legs wrapped around her and my arms wrapped around her, and my head was next to hers. And it was told within my mind that as soon as I try to look at her face, it's going to be over. And like I was holding her in that embrace, and then I had to see her face, and I pulled back, and before I could see her face, boom, it ended. Fast forward 10 years to 2022, 2020, 11 years or so, 2023, yeah, fast forward 11 years. And somebody comes in, and I'm doing guided meditations. I'm doing some expedition. I call them astral expeditions, because they're not just a guided journey or about discovery. And so I did this for an individual, and they had an interaction with their I believe it was their father, and they had remarked that they weren't able to see their face, and I explained to them the reason why. The reason why we see the body but not the face is because they evolved. They ascended. They have a new body, a new face. So if we saw their actual astral face, we would have a massive disconnect with that reality. And that's why that experience is a personal experience, not an experience that can be told to you. It's a personal experience. And I read and found in old Chinese understanding that a deceased being, they get one opportunity to have a contact interaction with one of their loved ones still living. That's how I know my mom. I saw my mom. It was real. These things were very possible, and they happened. What is the afterlife like theoretically? Well, it depends which afterlife you're going towards. Some are ascending, some are descending, others just staying. So it depends which afterlife they got. To me, people ask, what's the afterlife like? And I say, well, we're living it. This is an afterlife experience because we had lives before. But if you want to know what the ether is like, if you want to know what the astral realm is like, where your soul goes, where it travels to, all you got to do, it's real simple. I don't have to describe it to you. Change the word of dream to memory. Your soul travels there every night, every time you go to sleep, whether you remember it or not. And when you do remember it, it's what it's like, because that's what your soul's bringing you a memory back from. It's not distant, it's not unfamiliar, it's nothing I need to describe to you. You interact with it. You just don't believe what you're interacting with. You think whatever you think, so it has no power. See, I have memories with people, and I see things happen, and I capture that moment. I capture that moment to remember it forever, to cherish it forever. The other person, they did not see a moment because they didn't believe in it. And it didn't matter what I had to say. If I would have tried to convince them of something happening, then my belief and my capturing of that pure moment would have been destroyed the moment I opened my mouth to try to explain anything to the other person who didn't see anything. The power is in the eye of the observer. That one has the power to believe in their own memory that it actually happened. This is why the Egyptians, I'll show you. In the beginning, it was blue and red. I had one that was black and red, so I used what I had at the time. But I sewed leather on the opposite side to make it more like hardy, as this one had holes developing and whatnot in it. But in the beginning, it was a simple striped sash that double wrapped around the waist and came down on the Egyptians. The red and blue meant that they had a red-blooded body and a blue-blooded body, and they went from one place, and when they woke up in another place, they went there. When they went to sleep there, they woke up in this body, and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. So that dream world was not just the dream world, that's a real another life. And when we get omens, when we get signs, when we get synchronicities that happen in this lifetime, we go, whoa, that was weird. That was our other self in the other body, much more advanced, left some cues for us, some breadcrumbs to let us know, hey, bro, you're on the right way. Keep going. And that sash was to remind the king, the initiate, the family of the sky of how to get back home. They always go home. This is an ancient truth. This is nothing new I'm sharing. It's just something they've been able to fool you about, to trick you about. Because they said, No, they're too weak. If they perceived all this information, they'd go crazy and kill each other. They'd all become so powerful they'd destroy the world. They didn't trust you to tell you the truth, and that's why they deceived you. But the divine trusts you, and that's why it's being released during these days. That you are much more connected with the divine spirit than you ever thought you were. You don't need no building to go to. You need another person to just share a smile with, a hug with. Bro, what's up? Yeah. No, you only need you. Truly. Humanity, we work together. But you only need your own true heart to make that connection. That's And when there's a couple, two or three in the room, just two or three, check that scripture. It does not say or more. No, no, no. Go read it. Go read it. Go check it out. Go check it out. You know the verse. I don't even freaking remember the number or book or anything. It says, where two or three are gathered in my name, there I am. The words or more are nowhere to be seen. In a good friendship, in some kind hospitality, perhaps a complete stranger, somebody who couldn't afford such a meal at such a restaurant. You ever been treated like a king out of nowhere? Somebody invited you to a dinner or something, you got to go somewhere, something happened in your life, and you got to experience something that was outside of your price range to be able to fucking ever experience? I have, and it was damn special. Man, it picked me up for days, and oh my gosh, that was amazing. It still motivates me to this day. You could do that for somebody. You could. Go take them to your favorite restaurant. Somebody who never had nothing before. Somebody you've seen all the time. Somebody you know they real. And they don't got enough to go to such a thing ever. Zero payback. Zero, you owe me this. I've found in this world there's a lot of people that have, and there's a lot of people that don't have. And we all have something to offer one another. And that is our heart. That is our heart. It is your heart. And the only way to discover who somebody's heart is to sit down with them and have a chat with them. Unbiased. Just taking in. Not trying to change them. No, here I fed you and gave you food and clothing. Now come to my religion and pray to my God. Fuck that bullshit. If I do something good for somebody, go say a prayer to your own God. I don't give a fuck while we eat. Do you, bro? If you seeking that divinity thing and you don't know where to get a start and you want to, I'll share some stuff with you, but I'm setting you up to go on your own path, not to follow like exactly mine T to T. If you want that, I can give that, but it's going to be your own unique journey one way or another. Like all goodness, all goodness, all goodness. Do you know that person who's ungrateful for all the good stuff you've done? And you don't want to sit there and you don't know how to take care of yourself. You don't know how to apply that love that you've been given to somebody else. You don't know how to do that for yourself. We all know that one restaurant around that one area of town, and there's always someone homeless around there. Not somebody just trying to fucking come in and they got their own house and making money asking for fucking shit, but you know that. You know that spot. Go invite one of them to dinner, to lunch. Watch how grateful they are. Watch how fast they eat. Watch how hungry they are. You're gonna feel more grateful for than the stubborn motherfucker you've been trying to do good for. You're gonna see how true appreciation actually looks, and then you're gonna be reminded that the fucker that's been distracting you all this time. Yep, they were truly ungrateful. I see what gratefulness is. Damn, I'm glad I did that good thing for that person. Man, and who knows what they know? Who knows what they've been through? Who knows where they have been? In order to get information out of me, the right questions need to be provoked. The right sequence of things just needs to happen. Not that I got some code or you got to do 1 through 2, but I'm a combination lock of memoried experiences, and that's how we all are. If we don't push the buttons, but we ask the questions and apply a little oil here and there of some love, maybe it might open up this safe of memory, and we can find that treasure to eternity. That treasure, that answer that we need that's going to fix our life is from somebody living a life not like our own. From the problematic situation, we got to get a solution that's completely outside of our situation and apply that, and that's going to unlock us out. And that information can be found in any stranger. You never know. You never know. And that's why, as a big fundamental reason of my own nature and my dealings and my doings and my ongoings, we make a regular habit with things that we are familiar with, such as taking the same person out to lunch or dinner, or the same routine with the same individual. Well, if you always read in the same book, if you're always tuning to the same channel, guess what you're eventually going to run into? Reruns. And eventually, everything you watch on that channel, everything you hear from that person is a rerun. It's an episode you already seen. It's time to go hang out with somebody else. Get perspective from somebody else. Don't just that same person on that same repetition. No growth. That's stagnation. No growth, stagnation. Stagnation becomes all sorts of bad things that are going to hurt our bodies. Mold and all sorts of other things. Okay. I was reading up a little bit on the conversation. I did not go to the start. And Earth Angel. Okay, so this is the reality, is that we are always traveling in the when we sleep, we are truly traveling in the astral realm. We are truly manifesting in another space and time. Now, there are many of us who don't dream, be it weed, be it nothing, but we don't recall our memories from the astral realm. I'm going to tell you why. exactly right now why we don't. I'm going to tell you why that wonderful plant was introduced to this planet as one of our tools. Okay? Check it. If your soul travels into the astral realm, humans can send their soul after your soul to observe what it's doing. They bring the memory back into their body, and then they can piece together what they saw your soul doing and what you're actually setting up to create in this physical life, and that's how they can stop your progress in this physical dimension of this body's reality of many bodies that the soul inhabits, your soul. Now, when you astrally travel, okay, your memory belongs to your own. I know for a fact my soul stops off somewhere and I get my memory wiped every time and I jump right back into my body. Boom, I wake up, I'm good to go. Boom, zooming, zoom, good to go, ready to go. I pick up the omens in life because I know that they were those signs that I saw to keep following. Those were my signposts of how to lead the events of this day. And because I don't bring the memory back with my soul into my fleshly body, anything and anyone that watched me in the astral realm, even though they can try to retrace their memory of seeing me, because that memory was wiped from record, they can't access any memory. They can't know, they can't bring that information back into their body, and they can't see what is going on. They can't distract me. Same with you, same with all of us. This is what's happening. That's why we love that herb so much. Because we don't need we can operate with one eye blind. I'm legally blind in my left eye, so everything's completely blurry and fuzzy and peripheral vision pretty much only. But I don't need to know what I'm doing on the other side of the veil to follow those cues that I set up for myself over here. I can trust myself. That's why it's important to know who you are so that you can trust your own direction. If you know who you are, then you know the information coming from your own soul's transmission. If you don't know who you are, if you are not who your heart, if your heart is not becoming and living who it is, then it gets that transmission mixed up with other people's transmission along with your own thoughts. That's a three-way bumfuck to who knows what kind of hurricane or storm is brewing. So you're on a good track, and it's not the way things have to be forever, but that's the way we've been working things for some time now. All right, so if you're looking for memory, if you're trying to recall past life information, then that requires actual effort. Um, so essentially, here's the exercise to do. And you may need to carry the exercise on for a year, for 3 years, for 4 years. You may need only do it for 6 months or 2 months. Depending on your level, where you are in your abilities, is your rate of progress. And that's only for you to know. Though I'll give the example. So if I want to, when I wanted to, and if you want to trace back your past life memories, number one, be aware that you'd rather grasp the lessons than the memories. Would you rather relive a life of turmoil and hell, or would you rather just grasp the lessons that you had from that life? I don't know about you, but this life has served up enough pain that I'm sure each life has tasted like humanity's going through. So I just want to grasp the lessons from my past lives rather than specific memories. Anyways, moving on. So tonight, before you go to bed, think about everything you did for that day, from waking up till that moment of laying down. Think about as much as you can, all the details. And then the next day, think about that day and the day past. And then the next day, go back 3 days. And you're not just going back to day one, but you're going before that day. And in time, you're going to be thinking about a month in the past. And then you're going to move to a year, last year in the past, remembering all the details, good, bad, all of it. I want to remember it all like I'm watching a movie. Show me my life again. That's what you're working on every single day, every single night. And so essentially, within time, what's going to happen is you're going to go all the way back to when you were a child. And as you continue working on this now, you've been working on this for quite some time at this degree. So now you're going back to childhood memories. And then all of a sudden, you didn't have memories before that, but because you've actually been working upon your own memory, not some manifested, all this was what I did and I walked under hypnosis shit. No, you've been training yourself to work on your legitimate history that you can remember, that your soul is essentially storing the memory of eternally. You're learning how to communicate effectively with your soul so that by the time you get to being a youth, that the events in your life would have opened your mind open, your heart to true belief, that now you start remembering the memories before you were born. And those memories are not on this earth. And then you keep remembering, and you will start to remember the life that you led before this current life. And on and on and on and on and on. And that's how, if you really want to remember your past life, I'd suggest lessons. That that's the legitimate exercise and working to do. And it's like going to the gym. If you don't go to the gym every day, then that muscle going to start getting weaker immediately. You're going to lose progress that you made. What's up, aloha? Aloha. Mom, Mall Mike 69. But then when I was working on meditation for lucid dreaming at night, I had some ridiculous dreams of other people's lives. Not dreams, not dreams. Your soul entered the lives, the physical bodies of your other lives, of your other concurrent lives. I've been explaining this. People say, like, what happens when after death? Okay, look, we have the number can vary, but we have like 10 versions of us alive at the same time. And our soul literally can live out these 10 lives within a 24-hour time span. I'm just giving guesstimate rough analogies, aspects of this reality. Okay, the numbers can vary, but the soul can live out all of these 10 lives in the human life because there is no time for the soul, and it can literally jump into the next body and live that life out, jump into the next body to live that life out, so that during the day the body is on autopilot, and the body which chooses to concentrate the most energy, that's where the soul's going to hang out the most. And you can bless your other bodies in the concurrent running life right now. The reason why this happens is so that there's a young you, there's an older you, there's a middle life you, there's a whole bunch of versions of you right now. Where does fucking information come from? All of us. All of you. And that all is all part of the entire collective conscious. So that you individually can have a multitude of views. And this is why, by believing and by seeing, by accepting, we have sympathy. We are able to recognize that being kind to a stranger is very important, because that stranger could have been ourselves. And whichever body is storing the soul for most of it, that soul can jump to any of those bodies. Now, an individual that's connected and recognizes, then they can recognize themselves when they see themselves. Doesn't mean the other one has the capacity nor understanding to get the same back. So the fool plays like they ain't that guy. That's why they're continually kind. By denying certain advantages in one life, we allow many other lives to have that advantage. So I find what I'm happy with, what I'm content with what I can survive and be comfortable with without being upset, or, man, so I don't have that, or I don't have this. And then in my happiness and in my contentedness, then my other bodies, my other lives, they can have the family life. They could have that. They could have this. They could have that. Why? Because I'm not seizing those things in this body. I'm allowing the blessings to go out rather than hoarding them for myself. I house the seat of my soul effectively, but I do not keep that energy for myself in any way stingily. I share it freely. I learned how to become a director, a curator, I'm not trying to, I just, that one goes here, that one goes here. I'll let the energy flow there. I'll let the energy flow there. That wants to go there. I'll let the energy flow there. That's not good over there. Let me put up the blocks and the barriers, the safe things right there. And that's how we feel our environment, just like the monarch butterflies who fly from one south end to the north end of the whole thing, of the world practically, without having any of them been alive and made the journey before. Why? Because they're following the cues of the environment. They're following the cues of the environment. And that's how they're able to migrate. That's how we work too. When we can feel the energy and get the cues from our environment, the synchronicities that only the eye of the beholder is going to understand, because you can formulate what you need to do of what that's guiding. Oh, yes, this is the correct path. Keep walking that way. Yes, okay, I know what to do next. I didn't know what I should do. I didn't know if that was the thing, but I just got the omen. That's the thing to do, so I'm going to do it. And that's how we lead our lives, through this migration of paying attention to the cues that only our perceptions, our senses beyond the flesh can be able to pick up. Our third eye, our chakras, our energies, the resonance of our environment. Beyond the physical sight, do we look? And with that, we can guide others and be like, yeah, it's not so good right there. What, to the left? Here you go. We don't have to tell them what to do or where to go. Each heart has its own destination from the start. That's actually that's a construct I was able to develop, and then found out that it's a real thing. James Walden put, we all know karma. Do something good and good things happen. To bad things happen. Karma, the existence of karma. I speak about following divine law and order, which is the guidance of your heart. Now, when you follow divine law and order throughout your life, day in and day out, regardless of what friend's going to stick around or not, okay, then you actually, at a certain portion of your life, you actually exit the cycle of karma. Because because for one thing, the divines can communicate with you pretty effectively. So they can actually send messages and energy through you to deliver to other people. Just just like delivery. And when that happens, then we are not following our own whims and wiles and ideas. We are being guided by divine intuition. And when we understand this as a fact of reality that's already happening in our life on a regular basis, and, and that's when we shift from living a life of good and bad deeds coming back at us to just delivering what somebody else is supposed to receive. I have no responsibility for that. Does the mailman feel responsible for every person he delivers a bad letter to? No, that's not it. That's your business. It's not my business. So, how somebody emotionally reacts or feels or responds to what they received is not my concern. It is not my position to feel good or bad towards them in any way. I'm just like anyone else. I hope they learn their lesson and they can progress faster than perhaps they had been in the past. But I can't sugarcoat. I cannot fucking sugarcoat shit. I'll give a solution. But when it's the muck of the mud, I have to recognize the environment. I have to operate with those elements and eventually transform that through alchemy and do what I do naturally. To each one their own. I'm just sharing me. Boris, interesting. Okay, so I've learned a few Japanese systems of taking care of things, and that's very true. A lot of people think like we're haunted by demons or some non-bodied spirit, when quite oftentimes what's actually happening was that bad spirit was a living person's heart, and it was their soul that was attacking us. That ghost, that spirit did have a body, and it belonged to the sender, and the sender was the mofo who did not like us. And this is why it is so important to draw close to divinity. For those who are close to man, well, then man has easy access. Man is comfortable around that. There's no threat there. Even their spirit is okay there. But when you hang around divine energy, when your soul is consistently focused upon divine energy, then those other people, they don't like getting that close to divinity. Their soul starts burning up because they have much lower vibration, and they were trying to hide, they were trying to do something bad. And so it's like somebody trying to come hurt you, and you're a baby in mama's arms, and daddy's right there. Like, that threat's going down. You didn't even have to do nothing. You cried because it got loud and the ground shaked. But you were protected and going to be defended at every moment of the way of your life. And that's a bit of faith, that's a bit of trust with the divine, and that's something that a lot of times people don't know how to take the first step with that. They don't know how to make that first connection. That's what the divine is saying. Look, you gonna stop fighting your battles so I can fight it for you? No? Well, keep doing your thing then. They ain't gonna fight with you. But when you make a conscientious choice in your heart and you speak some words up to whoever's out there, and you say, you know what? I'm gonna fold my cards at this event. I'm gonna let you take care of that. And you're truly not vengeful, not spiteful, not taking out nothing on nobody. That's when the divine can show up and take care of that fight for you. Because we just a baby wrapped up in mama's arms. That's the way I see myself, and that's where I see humanity true. Jill, Jill put, I obviously didn't learn anything in any of my other lives. Then the same toxic person keeps appearing in all my dreams. Jill. Are you still here, Jill? Jill McCary? I think it is. Okay. That other person that you see, that toxic person you see, is that a face of anybody in this reality that you're aware of, that you know, or is it just the same face you just been seeing, or the same presence you've been noticing? Just, that's for Jill. I was probably, if you don't respond, Jill, I'll just go on with what I'm kind of feeling in my heart or whatnot. But I was asking to the that toxic individual that you see in your dreams, would that be somebody that you know, or just a presence that always winds up showing back, the same presence that winds up showing back up? And I'm gonna go back to karma dumping, and life destiny swapping, and I'm gonna teach you how to null and void every single person that tries to do this to you. Okay, like, it's not difficult. We're gonna nix that one out right here, right now. But I'd like to chat with Jill if they chat back. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Okay. Okay, Jill. I'm gonna flow in what I'm gonna say, but feel free to chat anything, and I'm gonna read it and take that in, and I'll respond, whatnot. Um, this toxic individual. I'm picking up that this toxic individual is not you, though it is a presence that you've been trying to keep away from yourself, and you just haven't been able to figure out how to do that in any of your lives. This presence is essentially coming at you in all of your lives. Now, your solution lies with the exact same solution. Okay, cool. Your solution lies with the exact same solution of, and I'll read this comment from Earth Angel. People can also karma dump on you, so you could do a lot of good in the world and not seem very much good back, because other people are literally dumping their karma and other karma that they have accumulated from other people on you, and da 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 goes on. And this does happen. Now, This is how we block that. We speak about it every single day in some capacity, and that is finding who you are and being resolute in who you are and expressing who you are at every moment of your life, whether it's in your comfort or in public in front of somebody else. Okay, now let's consider a magnet. Now, if we have two magnets and we put them on the correct polarity, they're attracted to each other. If we turn one of those magnets opposite, if we reverse or if we reverse their polarity and we flip them on their opposite sides, then they're going to be pushing away from each other. Okay, there's going to be that they're not going to be attracted; they're going to be repelled from each other. Now, we are very scientifically and literally electromagnetic beings, which means we have the ability to resonate magnetics, the polarities of magnetics, the positive and the negative polarities. Now, when one lives their life truly according to their polarity of divine goodness, and they're living according to divine law and order throughout their life, regardless, there is no ability to transfer anything, because your resonance does not have the polarity to attract those bad things. They don't belong to you and they can't stick to you. Water and oil, it doesn't matter if you're covered in it, it doesn't fucking match up. It doesn't stick. It repels. Your magnetic force is repelling it because you are in a state of harmony and they are in a state of disharmony. Therefore, that disharmony is their attractive magnetics, and your attractive magnetics has nothing to do with that. So when they come at with you to put anything on you, you're like, no, that doesn't belong to me. This is how you feel. You're like, no, I'm a kid. I'm happy. Or you're the adult, right? You gotta go pay bills, and you gotta take care of things, and you're fucking him and her and lying to them. Oh, well, that's not me. I'm gonna go play with my toys and light some fires and play in the woods and carve something and play some video games and talk to Divine Mother and Father. And their energy doesn't stick to me. Their karma, their life swap, their destiny swap, that doesn't stick with me, along with the toxic energy that's following you around in the dream. Or anybody else that has a toxic energy that wants to be around you, their toxicity doesn't match your frequency. And because it doesn't match your resonance, because you do not play their game, because you are not fucking inking up to their fucking game of gambling with life currency, then you're not, there's nothing to receive, there's nothing to exchange. You did not entangle. Only when you entangle with the energy and start pushing back against it and start fighting with it, that's when you entangled with it. A fighter who doesn't want to fight knows, I'm not going to fight. All I have to do is back up, dodge. All I have to do is start dancing, and you can't hit me. Eventually, your force is going to come forward. I'm going to move out the way, and you're going to fall down on your own accord. I didn't do shit. That was you. I did not create energy to fall down for myself. You did. That's how you stay away from that altogether. And I'll throw another one, a little cherry on top. If you have anybody visually that's doing these things to you, and they keep coming back to you in your mind, in your life, then the next time you see them, the next time you have them in your mind, the next time they're there in front of you in your mind, you put up a brown wooden door with the frame, gold hinges, gold doorknob. The door's creak, it's open. They're behind it. You close it. And then you draw a red box with a red X. And they now no longer have access to your soul. They are now permanently blocked. There's no undoing it. It will take blood magic to undo that. they're fucked. They're not coming back. They're not. Their soul is not touching yours. Even when they keep trying, even their physical body is going to be repulsed from wanting to pick on you or interact with you to any degree. It's that fucking simple. You don't need to follow no God. You don't need to follow no religion. It's that fucking. Do those two things. This realm or another, they ain't fucking touching you. You're done with that. That's simple. And this is the importance of becoming who you are. Because until you know who you are, it's very hard to defend yourself. It's very hard to protect yourself because you think somebody else is doing something good for you and you're like, ooh, they're like me. No, they're not like you. They imitated you. And the moment they sold you on a trick, they started taking advantage of you and hating you and blaming you and making you feel like shit for all the good stuff you've done. It's time to get the fuck out from charlatan poser motherfucker. Get away. Done. X that bitch out. The worst thing I can do to somebody is to shut my mouth. The worst thing I can do for someone is to ignore their presence because I will not give them any fucking pointers on their path. I will not say shit. They can stumble, fall, break, die. I don't give a fuck. Their life's their own. I'm done. There ain't no blessings. There are no cursings. There's no fucking entanglement. I dissolve the entanglement. Because then their life is truly without fucking help. Their life is truly isolated in their own physical labor. And if you know what that's like, shit, that future, well, it don't get you too much at all, do it? Arguing back with people, trying to make them see or understand how you think, or trying to help them learn so they're not acting like they used to be acting. That's truly a fool's vain of efforts. Best thing you can do is walk in, be the embodiment of the divine example, and walk out. It's the best you can do. And give them an experience of life that they'll never forget in the most positive of ways, and leave it without a stained memory. Just put good memories as much as you can in other people's lives. And for those people who pull a bad memory from your exchanges, that's on them, bro. That's not on you, sis. That's on them. We can't control that. That's what they're developing for their future. That's their negative thoughts. If you think negative and you talk negative, it's going to come right back to bite you in the ass. Especially if you're a wise individual and you've got power behind your words, because there's spirits hearing what you say, then they're going to create what you are actually speaking. What we reinforce into our own lives is the conditioning of how we perceive life, and how we perceive life is how we're going to interact with it. And so I choose to see life as my family. It's all my family: whale, shark, alligator, bear, koala, tree, human. We all family. This is life. What do? We look at the stars and we look at other planets, and what do we see? Nothingness. Nothingness. Rocks and stars and all sorts of things floating around with no consciousness roaming on the planet. Man, this is a motherfucking arc. The earth is a fucking arc of life. And we trying to kill each other as if, like, bro. We're here together to live. And I try to do that as optimistically as possible as I can. Just about right up the alley we talking about. Let me see if I can find what I want to find. Okay. We've done a ceremony for the Merkaba. We've been talking about essentially astral protection, okay? The soul's ability to not collect unwanted attachment, unwanted entanglement from other people, from their souls, okay? That's really what we're focusing on here. And attached to that is any energy, any unwanted energy that we would want. So I've went through the Merkaba ritual guided meditation before, which helps you establish that. But we're going to go over that again. It's rather kind of, I don't want to call it on the shorthand, but it's not a long guided meditation. And then we're going to come back and we're going to pick up on, we're going to pick up and we're going to wind up going through something very rare. This would be a first. This is not. Forget that information. All that doesn't matter. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a ceremony in which it is going to create your Merkaba. Your Merkaba is essentially an astral vehicle for your soul. It protects your soul from getting unwanted entanglement from other things that lead to bad times, bad occurrences in this life, in this physical life. As we do the Merkaba guided meditation, we're going to move into an advanced Merkaba working. So number one, we're going to establish shields for your soul. We're going to establish the vehicle and the shields of that vehicle. And then what we're going to go through, if you choose to stick around or not, and I'm going to explain it out in detail. So at least hear the explanation. I'm not doing this area. I'm not doing it yet. Not doing the jam just yet. It's called the Lucifer Initiation. The Lucifer Initiation is not that you're dedicating your life to Lucifer or anything of that sort. The Lucifer Initiation is saying that the love within you, the protection that you have from divinity and your own resonance, you wind up seeing Lucifer right in front of you. and you recognize that there is no evil, or whatever evil you think is the greatest evil in the world, whatever it be, whatever religion, you envision that right in front of you. And when you do, in that moment, you see the love that you have and that you are, and you realize that that energy from that ultimate source cannot touch you. It does not touch you because you are love, and it is the opposite of love. Therefore, the greatest evil in all the world can't harm you. And if it can't harm you, then no fucking human could do bidding that would touch your fucking life. And now you're protected. So truly worry, consideration of fear fucking goes away because you know you got something that motherfucking works against the worst of the worst. Now you can walk with God fearlessly. Now you can truly follow your heart to any future reality and know you're going to be okay. Because you already took on the biggest motherfucking beast of the world in their real form. Bring it. What, you human? You didn't. Ain't got nothing on that thing. And I stood right in front of his face, and it couldn't do nothing. It didn't do nothing. It just fucking was. It allows your faith, allows your actions to match your faith. And it's nothing but love. It's love. It's a focus and concentration on love the entire time. We're building love, 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 building the self-love, and building that up. And that's that's what we're going to go over. Give me a moment. We got that set up. All right. I am going to use the bathroom. I'm going to set this to the side. I'll be right back. Won't be long, and then we're gonna go with that. We're gonna go with that jam. We're gonna start that jam up. Now, you can leave your eyes closed throughout all of it, but I will be going into the guided meditation portion. I will be coming out of it and doing additional explanation, and then I will be going back into the guided meditation, and then out and in and out and in. And so essentially, you can just stay in by closing your eyes. You can come out as well if you like by opening your eyes. Um, and so this is a growing, a developing exercise for you to partake in to increase your actual abilities, and especially the whole aim at all of this, if you were not present before, is ultimate protection by knowing thyself and establishing an astral Merkaba, an astral vehicle to protect your soul, uh, thus your body as well. And so this is the picture that's going to be wind up describing. It's not pyramidal, it's 3 points, and it's one above the other. So some of the words might kind of get you a little crossed at first, but if they do, that's the envisionment to have. I'll put that back up. To have, that's yourself in the middle, and those are the two structures creating your Merkaba around your body. If there are any moments where I read the words I and then I proceed with those I, da 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 da, I'm not speaking for me, I'm speaking for you individually. So just perceive and know that those are your words being spoken. As long as your heart is in attunement with that, which it is, then everything flows. If your heart's not in attunement, then it just stops for you. You might still be listening, but the whole thing just kind of stops because it says, hey, the heart said no. It's truly that easy. Um, Go ahead and slow your breathing, deeper breaths. Take at least 3 of those. And then after the third one, continue breathing on a slower rate, but you don't have to exactly force that longer breath or that slower breath or that deeper breath, but just let that become natural. Just let that gradually just become something natural for yourself. And go ahead and close your eyes. Divine Mother that loves me unconditionally, protect me now. I rest in the heart of your love and peace, so be it. The Divine Father will confirm. Become aware of a deep triangular prism, the 3 points of the base forming a triangle reaching up to a 4th point above. The base of the prism easily sits well beneath your feet, and the point is high above your head. Visualize or intend that the prism be formed of electric violet light, which is pure white light with flecks of neon violet in it and around its edges. Take your time to build this prism with your intention until you sense it firm and stable, hovering around you comfortably. As this first prism is clear in your mind, a second triangular base prism forms. It starts above your head as a triangular base, 3 points forming a triangular shape, and a 4th point of light deep beneath you forms the apex of the second prism, all 3 sides reaching down and converging at that point. And these points of the second triangular prism are formed also with electric violet light, joining each other with electric violet light, forming this second prism with the base high above your head and the point deep below your feet into the earth, with you sitting comfortably within it. These two prisms intersect, forming a star prism all around you, with that first base of the prism under your feet at its apex high above in the heavens, and the base of the second prism at the top of your head and its apex point deep in the earth. They form this star prism with 8 points in total, with you comfortably resting in the center. As you take your time, you really begin to sense these prisms of light around you, feeling the beauty of the vibrant electric violet light flooding the points, sides, and base of the prisms as they form the star prism together. Stay with your breathing and allow the first prism, the one with the base beneath you and the point above, to begin rotating naturally. It will move clockwise or from left to right. Just let it spin. You don't have to force it. It will happen naturally. Soon after you feel comfortable with this, allow the second prism with the one with the base above you and the point below you to begin rotating naturally in the opposite direction, or anti-clockwise, from right to left. You can allow this to happen naturally. As the two prisms rotate, you will feel energy growing strong and moving your soul body and physical body into greater connection. You may literally feel as if you're rising up off the chair. Stay calm and keep breathing. Keep your thoughts clear and in your heart. Lady all set, and Divine Father shining bright, support my Merkaba, build my body of light. I am in your protection now, and from harm I am free. Align me now with my inner divinity. Through my own free will as a being of light, I now allow my Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above. Penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation, disconnection are now forever undone. Understand that if you want to reach the point of ultimate manifestation, power, and channeling, the highest powers that you can do the most good on this planet with, you must prepare yourself. You must clear the negativity from your system. You must forgive and you must walk in unconditional love. There is a layer of negativity on the astral plane which has confusion and whispering of negativity and disruption, and confusing spirits who do not know who they are, for they have not reached for the light. This is where you get an awful lot of your psychic information from in the beginning stages, and there are many who have not purified their vessel that rely on this information and are misled and become tortured souls because they are not connected into their source. Make no mistake, the kingdom of God is within you, and each and every one of you is able to reach this point of purity. Today is a wonderful day for you to hear these words, for this is you climbing the ladder of perfection. You understand your own source. You want the understanding of your own interconnectedness, of understanding who you are and what you are here to accomplish. The scripture that mentions Jesus and his Father giving back the kingdom, oh my, at that point, in the end, and I believe, what is it, Revelation, and he gives the kingdom back. He doesn't keep it for himself. This is what we have gained and acquired. We don't keep it for ourselves. We give the kingdom that is within us to others. There are different levels of consciousness on the planet right now. And as you're hearing this information, you're ready to make the commitment to join the army of light that is here to emancipate the planet and to take the steps to clear and purify your vessel. I am your commander. I command the armies of light on this earth plane. I command the many masters that you are walking into becoming, for I am your higher self. So although I command you to move forward, understand that this is your choice to give me the reins, for I am you. Let go of the control of your lower chakras. Open up to the balance from your heart chakra to the higher chakras and walk forward as masters of perfection, of light, of love, of truth, and of peace. You must activate your Merkabas. And as we have activated our Merkabas, This is our vessel of light. This is your interdimensional vehicle that you must activate so that you may travel and become your I am presence. This vehicle is also a protection, for when you become a master, then you will be constantly channeling, for the connection will be complete and your confidence will increase. You must service your vehicle every day, for this is an experiment in consciousness, and you cannot let your lower self, your vessel, and your lower chakras of your vessel take control. For when you move into your Merkaba and your I am presence and consciousness, your power among men, among mankind will increase. Your personal charisma will increase, the weight of your words will increase, your confidence will increase, and your personal power will become immense. The light has opened up, and the forces of darkness on the earth plane right now are being starved, are being choked of oxygen, and are dying. The light cannot fail, and the love cannot fail. Your evolution is moving forward, and nothing can stop this. Understand the power of your own selves, and you can move this forward. If you resist, when you know that you are on a karmic path of service, your consciousness will delve into your lower chakras and you will become fearful and worried and in pain and negativity. Purity of thought, word, and deed is important for you to move forward. There's no space in the true light worker for hypocrisy. Therefore, understand that everything that you do is reflected back to you, and when you come to this point of purity, of excellence, of grace, you will be able to help all of mankind ascend and walk into their I am presence. For this is a cooperative, this is a cooperation of minds, of souls, of spirits, of love, of truth. You must walk your talk and be brave enough to make the changes within your vessel, in your eating, your meditation, prayer, and exercise, in your daily efforts to make that difference. Do not be deceived that they are higher and you are lesser, for there are only different stages of the one, and this is an important thing for you to comprehend and assimilate within your consciousness for you to move forward. Know that no one is worth fighting, for you are everyone. Now, at this time, we're going back into our Merkaba. And so, if you had opened your eyes and you are following along in this, then go ahead and close your eyes again. And while you continue your slow breathing, picture your double pyramid spinning around you. Now put your concentration into the point of your third eye. Bring the picture of your double pyramid with you inside it into the place of your third eye. Now, picture a cord going from your third eye to your heart chakra. See this, picture this as a golden cord, all the while continuing your breathing as you are. Hold this vision. Now expand the love from your heart chakra while picturing this in your third eye. Feed this love and expand this as a bubble of golden love from your heart chakra. All the love you have ever felt in your lifetime for parents, guardians, siblings, lovers, children, friends, the planet, conceptions, all the love. Expand this from your heart chakra. Free this love. Be in this place of expanded love. Feel this love going up the cord of your third eye. Breathe as you have been breathing before. Feel the Merkaba around you. Picture in your mind white light and the love expanding from your heart chakra through the golden cord to your third eye. Expand this. Expand this more than your romantic love, to encompass the earth, to encompass mankind, to encompass all the nearly 7 billion on the planet. Connect with their heart chakras, for there are ones that are emancipated and ones that are not emancipated, but connect with them all, for all have the capacity for unconditional love. Connect with them all. Feel love for each and every one of them. This has to be unconditioned. Feel this expanding from the earth out to the universe, to all universes, to all consciousness. Feel your vessels starting to power up. Now think in your mind, equal speed. Repeat it in your mind, equal speed, equal speed. Feel the energy getting faster and faster as you connect it into the consciousness of the universe and all the universes. Now repeat in your mind, 9/10 of the speed of light. 9/10 the speed of light. Feel your vibration rising. Feel love. Expand the love. Picture immense white light and golden love coming from your heart chakra. Expand this. Blow all the way out with this breath. Feel the love and expand the love. Feel the light. Bathe yourself in this light as you make this happen. Be ready. Be ready to overcome fear with love. At the point of emancipation, you will have to choose between fear and love. This is the testing point, the takeoff point of your Merkaba. How's your fear level? Metatron, I ask of you to clear all my past lives, vows, and negative karma. You are working with the lords of karma who will balance my karma and allow me to walk fully into my Merkaba and be freed, and take me in this incarnation to the next step, to help mankind ascend, to help mankind change their consciousness to a higher level of understanding, that the planet may work together. This is my wish, this is my vow, and this is my command to the universe. I walk into my mastery now, and I seek only love and light and truth, and seek to fully activate all the strands of my DNA, all my chakras and my higher chakras, the left and the right side of my brain, the Ida and the Pingala, and root myself within this planet that I may help ascension and be a lighthouse to others and beam my light. I ask this in Metatron's name. Amen Ra Kepra Artum Kansu Arsim Toki Shabu Pranalism Trugunai Arsim Toki Shabu Pranalism Trugunai Arsim Toki Shabu Pranalism Trugunai Abra. This is the first stage of you opening up your Merkaba. This is a daily routine. You must concentrate on this every day. This is only a beginning. This is you fueling up your vehicle and getting ready to turn it on. This is you servicing your vehicle and becoming aware that you have a vehicle around you. Understand the concepts of love and you will understand all. We are giving you the keys, not only to understand your own consciousness, but also to understand the consciousness of the universe. That love is your true self, and love is creation. The important thing is how you deal with your own self. For as you treat yourself better, as you love yourself, as you respect yourself, and as you open up to the divine love of the universe that is your true core, you will find yourself treating others with more respect, more reverence, more love, and the effects of the lower chakras, the 7 deadly sins, will drop off, and you will be much happier within your being. You have the equivalent of a Formula One racing car at your disposal. But if you're pushing it around the track instead of starting the ignition and pushing the accelerator, see yourself as this type of vehicle being able to accelerate, and know that if fear creeps up into your life, it's the equivalent of you smashing on the brakes in the middle of the most heated race ever. And you cannot operate. You stall out and you crash. So continue moving forward. Continue in your love. We rejoice in your emancipation. We love you and look forward to your joining the higher orders. Walk forward as a master. Join in. Have a say in where this planet is going, for make no mistake, your governments and your political hierarchies and your financial structures and your Illuminatis think that they are controlling the destiny of the planet. Do you not understand that their higher selves are controlling them in subtle ways? You are moving forward towards emancipation and will soon discover that their power is no greater than what you possess. Trust this. Do not judge anyone on the earth plane, not one. For in judging, you will be judged through the law of cause and effect, and you will bring instant karma upon yourself. Be pure in your thoughts. Be led by your spirit. Open up to the force. Open up to the light. Become this warrior. Your gifts will open up and your personal power will be immense. But the key to this is joy. The key to this is love. Trust yourself. And I am you. Therefore, trust me. Be strong and accept your mission. And this is to work on yourself and no one else. For once you work upon yourself, you'll be led to where you need to go to fulfill your mission to help others. But this will not be to preach, this will be to show the way. And once you've passed the ring, pass not. You will walk into your power and you will be truly unstoppable, for nothing can stop this. Nothing can stop the force of God. Nothing can change the will of God. And this is something that is fixed within humanity. This is something that is fixed and cannot be denied. This is something that is fixed and will not be denied. This is unstoppable. Be true to yourself and your light, for this is your mission. This is the moment you take up the mantle. This is the clarion call to all light workers. This is my commandment. This is you becoming one in gentleness, in mighty power, in meekness, and you shall inherit the earth. And the old ways of violence, of twisted negativity and manipulation will be dropped as an outer husk, and you shall conquer all. Take up arms. Your responsibility is to yourself, for in clearing the negativity within you and coming to that point of purity, everything will change in your outer world. You will understand and recognize those that are here to help you, and understand and recognize those who are here to try to put obstacles in your way. But they are merely here as stepping stones for you to emancipate yourself from. And in emancipating yourself from them and not judging them, not including yourself in their karma, you will help them emancipate themselves. Now, this is the truth of your being. Allow yourself to be excited about this moment and open up and accept the consciousness of your hierarchy of light. This is the sword that was brought to divide, that was brought by the crystal light, and it is here to divide, not to cause negativity or consternation or argument, but to cause a divide in your understanding of what is for you and what is here to hold you back. And you may walk forward with this sword of emancipation. This is to free you from that war that is within you, to free yourself from this. Use the sword, divide the negativity. Do not be a hypocrite, for in your hypocrisy you will only chain yourself. We love you and are with you every second, every moment. We are part of your very consciousness, and our power is readily accessible when you accept who you are and walk forward in your power. Now let's return to our Merkaba. Close our eyes once more again. Now thinking of your Merkaba, picturing it around you with a golden cord going from your heart to your third eye. Picture your chakras. Picture the route going from your heart chakra down into Mother Earth and from your heart chakra up into the universe. Feel the love for all mankind. Send the love to all. Send the love especially to the ones who have treated you negatively as a whole in mankind. All the dictators, all the ones who stand and rule by fear, all the ones who murder and manipulate. Send them love. Send them compassion. Send them light. Look on them from a mature point of view and understand that they are merely messing their nappies. Love them for who they too are, children of light. Now take this timeline, for your linear time does not count within your Merkaba. Therefore, send love back. Send love to those who have committed the greatest atrocities. Bathe in this love of non-judgmental, unconditional love. Bathe in this truth. Emancipate yourself and emancipate them, and you will heal the past and heal the future. And the past and the future will become one, for as it is above, so it is below. Feel this within your Merkaba. Feel this spinning. Feel Satan at your doorstep. Feel Lucifer ready to cause you harm, ready to cause you fear. But do not fear. Love, love. Do not fear, love. Do not fear, only love. Emancipate yourself, for you are stronger than Satan. You are stronger than the greatest evil of all immaterial presence. And the angels, even the dark angels, can do nothing without the will of God Almighty. Therefore, understand that God only wants your emancipation, and the angels of dark and the angels of light are here to serve you, are here to emancipate you. Go through this initiation. Do not fear. Do not fear any bodily harm, emotional harm, mental harm. Feel that negativity wanting to take over you, but do not give into it. Love it. Love all that has happened before in the name of evil, with an understanding that you are stronger than this, that you have more love than this, that you have more power than this, that this cannot break you. Emancipate yourself from the devil. Emancipate yourself from Lucifer. Emancipate yourself from Satan. Love. For all is one. The dark and the light are one. Become one with everything. Love it. Love all. Free yourself. Walk into this truth. This is the point of your Merkaba opening up and you being transformed into a being of light, into the being of who you truly are, into the being that will help mankind emancipate themselves and walk into the next point of their evolution. This is the most important point of teaching in light workers, to understand that you are not being fooled, that you are being freed. Love, love, love. This energy will come upon you more and more. It'll help you break free from the shell of negativity. This is the Lucifer initiation. This has been much misunderstood. You're a being of light, and you can overcome your lower chakras. You can overcome Lucifer, Satan himself, and this is the point of you breaking free. This is the point of you moving from illusion to illumination. This is you becoming the Illuminati, but not the Illuminati that the lower chakras would have you believe, of the conspiracy theorists that are trying to manipulate mankind. This is the true illumination of mankind, the true enlightenment, the truth, the power, and the glory that will transform you, and you will become an illumined one. And in walking forward in this understanding, your power will be granted to you, and all the gifts will open up, and you will be freed. Allow yourself to bathe in this understanding. Now know the difference between being in a competitive energy of consciousness and being in a creative energy of consciousness is one of tapping into your higher self. For in competition, there will always be conflict and will always be feelings of inferiority and superiority, which lead to war, to violence, to negativity, to pain, and to suffering. Instead, when you tap into your higher self, the matrix of creation, and spark up your Merkaba, you are no longer in competition with anyone, for you understand that you are everyone, and in understanding that you are everyone, you can create and you can share the wealth, and there is no need for jealousy. There is no need for envy. There is no need to worry about others having more than you, or you having less, or being less, or being more. For when you strive to improve yourself, you tap into your core, and your core is perfect, dear ones. Understand this. You are perfect. This is an important point for you to comprehend. Your true essence is perfection. You're moving back to that truth and that experiential understanding. For you are divinity. You are God. You are the essence of the universe. And we wish to introduce you to the higher council the Galactic Council that governs the universe. It is true that you can visit the Galactic Council with your consciousness, and you can open up to the truth of the wider universe, not only within your consciousness, but on the physical plane also. For it is true, you have been visited many times on this planet by beings that you consider to be extraterrestrial, or aliens as you put it, and we, while henceforth refer to them as star people, for we are all made of the remnants of stars. However, you must come to the understanding that there is no such thing as an alien, for you are all points of creation from the same essence, from the same core, from the same matrix that was created for this universe. You are not alone in the universe. The physical universe, this three-dimensional universe, you are visited regularly. There are many different extraterrestrial beings that are very benevolent and wish the best for the earth. And they come in peace and help spread their technology, spread your understanding, evoke and help move forward your spirituality and spiritual gifts. And they come in love and have been coming for thousands of years and sparking up your Merkabas and widening your consciousness. You will be prepared for this wider truth, and you will be able to travel not just in your consciousness, but physically across the galaxy. And the ones that choose to destroy themselves will die off physically, but their consciousness will change and they will be reincarnated again. Therefore, do not feel sorry for anyone who chooses that negative path. Merely open up yourself to the positive path that will help them and help you. From this, you will be open to the Akashic records. You will be opened up to the divine blueprint of the planet and all that has happened before and all the future possibilities. You'll be opened up to the halls of Amenti, and in this expansion of consciousness, you will be able to lead mankind forward in full integrity, and all your endeavors will blossom. Your path will become clear, clean, straight, and laser focused, and the amount of work that you will accomplish will increase. Be ready and be strong. Work, work, work. Therefore, go from understanding of love that you already have to fusing with divine light and the divine love of God, and your laser focus will move you to the higher point of intelligence, and the vessel that you are inhabiting will get with your body system, and every step you make will be blessed. You will be a walking meditation. You will be a walking light. You will embody love, and you will feel the power of this. Recognize that you are the power. Merge, synchronize, appreciate yourself for who you are, and come home to your power. This is a powerful tool, the most powerful tool that you can ever have. Respect this understanding, and you will be taken to higher heights. Your Merkaba affords you complete protection in the physical also. In your three-dimensional world, within your physical vessel, you need never worry about violence. And when you emancipate yourself fully, unless you give yourself over to this as an example to help, as Jesus did, as many God men have done in the past. But this was his will in order to help humanity to look to a higher ideal and not to be the violence, to be in truth, in love. And you will not be doing wrong by going through any name you choose. They have been at the highest point of your sacrifice in your linear time in humanity, but many in the past did not have to do what they did, for their Merkaba was fully opened. Understand that when you open your Merkaba fully, you can be in the middle of a war zone with bombs exploding all around you and people firing grenades and machine guns, and you'll be completely protected. You can also heal with the Merkaba. You can heal any ailment within your own vessel, and you can heal others. You can heal them fully and completely. And this has to be in cooperation with his or her journey. For everyone is on a spiritual path, and the initial thought of the light worker is just to heal everyone, but that would defeat the purpose of going through the experience of creation. You must allow humanity to be allowed to experience their pain, to experience their struggles, their illness, and a feeling of lack of abundance, for that is part of the whole point of creation, that we may experience and then we may rise above. Fear must be taken out of the equation, for fear is of the duality. And when you open up your Merkaba properly, you will become at one with the universe. Becoming at one with the universe takes away all duality. And although you will still live in a material world on the earth plane, you will experience what it is to be enlightened. And in this understanding, fear will be taken out of the equation. This is why you have to battle the devil. This is why you have to bring yourself to the metaphor of transformation, overcoming Satan, overcoming your lower chakras, and the fear that comes with that. Strive for this point, strive for this purity. Open your heart, be pure of heart, for this is the truth of it becoming said, blessed are the pure of heart, for they will see God. For when you open up your Merkaba fully, you will understand your true nature and you will see God. You will feel the love of the Father. It will encompass you and you will become one with it. And this will bring you forward to a much higher place of vibration. Be brave. Be ready. Your path is being laid before you. You must follow your bliss. Of course, you will help many others, but you will help many others by spreading your own light, by being your own counsel, and having the counsel of the angels and the heavenly hierarchy. Therefore, understand that this is not about your small self having opinions or suspicion. This is about opening up to your warrior spirit and being brave enough to love, being brave enough not to fight, being brave enough to accept that the only fight in your life will be against yourself and conquering the negative energies that try to invade your consciousness. Be gentle as the lamb. You're being sent out among wolves, but do not worry, for the core of the wolf is also love. Therefore, transcend the duality and you will move yourself forward. Transcend the duality and focus upon your mission. The old ways of preaching are gone. The preachers have to be your individual vessels to yourself. No longer is there a valid hierarchy on the earth plane, for each and every person will be your own priest, will be your own minister, will give your own spiritual lessons coming from the core of you, which is all the same, for you are all beings of love. Embody this truth and understand that you are moving toward a much better tomorrow. As a divine spiritual warrior of the heavenly hierarchy, you must chase whatever it is that gives you joy, that gives you bliss, whether it be singing, dancing, acting, being a civil servant or a marine biologist, a businessman, a tycoon, or being in the Red Cross helping people. Everything is worthy when it is approached with passion, joy, and love, with the desire of the highest and utmost reverence for life. And this is where you may live the best life you can live. It doesn't matter your profession, but your profession matters, that you are following your path of bliss. This is important, and this is what you are charged with. Follow your bliss, follow your desire, follow what it is that you would really love to do, and be the best at it that you can be. And this will be through meditation, through prayer, through purifying yourself and becoming the best that you can be through exercise, eating the correct things, drinking pure water, lots of water. Do not think yourself unworthy, but as you move into your center, as you evolve and transform, you will truly walk into your power and you will love being alive, and all thoughts of negativity, of depression, of being unworthy and feeling hard done to, all the poor me energies will disappear. The gateway is above your head, ready for you to transform your energies. Plug yourself into the matrix of creation and become one with your creator. Become one with the divine light that you are. Shake away the illusion and open up to the reality, the truth of love, the truth of your spirit, the power of your divine self, and understand the frailty of the darkness on the earth plane, the weakness that holds on, that tries to drain, that moves forward in psychic vampirism, engendering suffering and the pulling of energy from others through fear, manipulation, corruption, negativity, murder, extortion, and all the negativities on this planet, and even the negativities within relationships, the subtle power play of the tyrants, invalidate who rules through the veneer of seeming weakness, but with the power brought in from pulling the energies from others through their compassion, bleeding, and leeching. Do not be fooled. All are here contributing to this illusion at different stages of their evolution. Understand your own stage and walk into your own mastery, that no one may hold onto your energy strands apart from the ones that you give freely. There will be no more draining of your energy when you fully spark open your Merkaba, and you will do them more good. You will benefit them more freely, fully, and wholeheartedly, and they will be inspired to a higher ideal. Open up your divine light, for the kingdom of God is within you. You access this through your Merkaba, through the divine light, through your chosen deity. The name is not as important as the understanding that love is all. Therefore, bathe yourself in love. Love in the morning, love in the afternoon. Go to bed at night with love. You will transform your life completely, and your mastery will be complete, and you will teach through your actions. We urge you to move forward and to push forward toward your destiny, your design. Time is now. Time to get excited about your mission of understanding your power in the glory of the Father that is being born in and through you. You are an experience of God in evolution. God is experiencing life through you. Understand your divinity, understand your divine nature, become at one, and look through the eyes of purity, of love, of truth, of divine sacrifice, of understanding what you have to do, what your bliss is pulling you forward to. Open up to the angels, open up to your guides, open up to the deities, open up to the truth of the oneness that is you, and let go of negativity and embody the joy of creation. I went through that. I did that years ago. Years ago. And I never realized just exactly how much I was not prepared for life by people. How much people around me, they just didn't know. If you participated in that, if you went through with that jam, you're going to notice changes in your life the next time you go to sleep and wake up, if not immediately today. I believe my future self, as I've experienced, and I shared a long experience of it the other day, I believe my future, my soul, like, contains the information of my future self, because it was able to live that life out in its entirety already. But time is, the soul's not bound to time. Time's like, well, that's that block of information there, if you will. And so we got that one there, and we got this one here, and everything's kind of on its own timeline. And my soul, being beyond time, was able to help me get to something that I could be aware of, and it sent me the information all these years into the past so as to protect my physical body from the spiritual attacks that had been undergoing continually. And that gives me faith in the future. That gives me trust. That makes me very optimistic. I'm sending myself messages from the future into my present, of which would be its past. But it's all information from myself, so I'm not cheating. We tend to follow others much faster than we follow ourselves. But when one is sitting in love, when, like, for me, like, in my joy, in my love, in my optimistic of being, like, I know that's what I can spread around. I know that's what I can encourage. I know that's what I can focus on, that laser beam focus. Neat. Very cool. Oh, awesome, GT7. Glad you did that. Very welcome for that. Rain coming down in Louisiana. Got that. Inventive Growth said, thanks, that was great. Where was that from? Honestly, there's some portions in there where, like, I make explicit notes and I'm like, reference this idea, reference that idea. And like the Formula One for racing car kind of construct, that's something like I wound up kind of working with and utilizing, and another one in there. And then a bunch of other, it sounds like stuff I would have channeled straight from Metatron himself. And I've written a lot of books. I've read a lot of, I've written one book, it's published. But, it very well could be from a book. I think it's from a book, and I have no clue. Um, when I do, I'll show you, I showed you this yesterday. So essentially, like, you can get a laser printer for like 100 to 120. Like, I think they're about 140 bucks nowadays. The Brother laser printer, the most basic one, and essentially, like, the original cartridge that it comes with prints like 1,000 pages, and then you pay like. You could do it the cheap way or the regular way. So you could pay either 20 bucks or 80 bucks, and essentially you can print. You have enough to print like 10,000 pages with. That's a freaking lot of pages, and you never have to worry about the ink. I don't know why people are still buying ink yet. That's so. Anyways, but essentially, I've got a lot of books, and so what I did was I got the material from a various amount of different books of the most pertinent information I wanted, and then I collectively united that material into one book that I stitched together myself by hand. And so it covers a lot of different subjects, even talking about the brain and stuff back here. Let's see. Yeah, so you got like brain information back here, layout of the brain, cortex, and all of that. And then in the back portion, we have about runes and all of that. So essentially, like, I, 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 I leave the name of the book out and all of that stuff, and I'm eating the material. You know, I'm not eating the wrapper. I got a burger. Well, I took the wrapper off and could care less about what the wrapper was. I needed the burger. Care less who made it. That burger was what I wanted to munch on. Just the way I work, just the way my mind is. And so I honestly don't know where that was technically from. Um, but when I find them and I know that it's a solid piece of the journey, like that's like a definite huge, like bigger than that's like a whole freaking loaf of bread on the breadcrumb journey kind of thing, then I definitely make sure I got that in my repertoire to use it in a moment when it is required and needed. Thank you, Evie. Thank you, thank you. Whoa, that's cool. Somebody said, that's a knife. And my brain's like, well, first we have that knife, right? That's always got, you know, something to eat with or go into the woods with or something. And then we go with this knife. Got this in Cherokee, North Carolina. Pretty, it's sharp. It's good blade here. Can't handle whatnot. You got that knife. And then like just in case things get like need a little bit more further distance, you know, we have like that knife, right? That one's sharp. And then if we need a little bit more distance, you know, we like got the longer sword, you know what I'm saying? Blunted blade though, you know, we don't want to like totally steel hurts, you know. I'll teach you something about a long sword, a real sword, not some cheap piece of shit you bought that's gonna fall apart. But you grab a sword, now look, real sword, okay, it's gonna bend a lot farther than that, okay? And grab it from the base here, and that mug's literally going to flex like that. And the pommel is a mace now. It's a big steel bowl. And they've actually done modern tests with people in full fucking gear. Took this mug and fucking bah! Dude fucking went down. He felt his noggin shaking. You want to take it a step further? Your cross guard is not a guard. It's a fucking, it's going to punch through anything. I don't need a fucking point. That straight in, Just saying, you know, sword can be used in a multitude of ways. And just in case things were like, whoa, 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 it's like, oh, we need more distance here. Well, I guess we'll just go with the spear. I mean, I might have to take the antler off if we go into battle, you know what I'm saying? But whatever the distance or reach, we'll do what we need to. Got to be ready for battle, man. This is why I like to train with those things. This is why I like those things. May the world have a beautiful transition forward and all optimistically most endeavored for the most beautiful future we could have. But if shit was to hit the motherfucking fan and there was no motherfucking law, you know, civilization kind of went out the window because there was mass chaos. I got something with unlimited ammunition. I'm not trying to hurt, I'm not trying to go take, but damn, if it comes down to defending my own life, at least I got a little something, something. How would I fight a lesser demon? Oh, how do I fight a lesser demon? I love them. I love them. It's just the consciousness in a soul that had no love, wasn't given any love. I don't fight them. I don't fight them. I just love them. And if they don't want that love, why move on? If things get really, really something, something, well, essentially, I just go ahead and let them attach to me through all that love. And then I just send them on to the Divine Mother up above, and she take care of whatever she need to. I just delivering, I just cleansing. But truly, someone with negative energy is, or a negative energy altogether, truly needs our love, not our fighting. And that's what we just talked about. That's what we just covered, is to love these things in life, to love everything, knowing that they made a bad decision because they didn't get some fundamental lessons. They're a divine being too. But somebody brought out the worst in them. I can bring out the best. And so that's why I send that love. And in a big term, there is fighting in it because there's a resistance against that love. But love truly doesn't fight. Love is present, like the ocean. It's just there. It's just, there's so much there. Life grows within it. And that's where I learned to focus upon myself, and that self within the midst of any chaotic energy is going to find some comfort in the peace that I walk with. And in that, we just a couple brothers that found each other in the dark is all. That's what I found. I've come up to all sorts of things in this world, from dark and light to kind and not, and there's some spirits that are really cool and they like join, like I say, my crew, but like they do their own thing or whatever, but like they join and spirits roll with me. They don't care to move on. I help them out. They help me out. Nobody doing no harm or bad. So it's nice working with God and karma because sometimes somebody doing some really bad stuff. And like there's a spirit with me and they are not a good spirit. They're like, bad, 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 bad guy. But they cool. They cool. They hang out here. They cool. Kind of I feed them. They cool. No worries. Like nobody getting hurt, right? But then karma, God come in, they're like, yo, here, this dude, they got this one. They got the pink slip. They got to get served. And I'm like, yo, bro. And that one spirit that's like, bad, 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 bad. I'm like, yo, you know what you like to do? He's like, yeah. Like, free reign on this one. Karma, ordered by God himself. Wow. They get to do whatever the fuck they want until that motherfucker learns their lesson. No harm, no foul. Just karmic, divine alignment, synchronicity, energy flowing. Nothing I had to physically do to anybody. And yes, I've run into some who were completely uncooperative. And I just handed them off to mama. And I know what happens, but I tend to forget what happens. And I don't care to remember what happens because, well, not my department. So, Dr. Doodloo said, can you close a hell portal with love too, or do you need more specified knowledge? No, you can't close it with love alone. Love must be part of on the ingredient list, most definitely. Yes, more specified knowledge is needed, but more so the wisdom to apply that information. Because that's something one has to embody. They have to embody that closure. It actually doesn't really have much to do with the physical spot itself. It's and the reason why I say this is because it's what I've learned how to do what I do. And as you ascend on this shaman divine level, then essentially you replace other men who had the authority. They wielded that authority on this world and they knew what they wielded, which is how they rose to the powerful position they are. Though when somebody else actually attains the spiritual level of that position, then they are now the deciding vessel of how those actions will go. At that point, the person fulfilling the role in the seat that they're in is now literally a body figure for the consciousness, for the heart of the other to communicate the thoughts to their mind of how to fulfill their duties best. This is why a lot of those individuals for months, since December of 2025, have had a very difficult time moving forward because they're constantly within this aspect of being currently. And so the person who's closing that portal, essentially, that portal was open for communication. That communication needs to happen. It needs to happen. There are some souls in hell and they're ready to move up. They've actually made some fucking progress. They're ready to move up. They're ready to get an animal life and see what they're going to do with it. And if they progress and do good, they'll move on to a human, dog, cat, and move into a human life. So that portal needs to stay open, and it's a person that will embody that portal. And so that person contains that energy and doesn't allow it to destroy their life or the world, but they're able to take care of themselves because they know what they're actually a walking a walking communicator, a walking portal. There's particular conscious levels, and I could go into detailed talk and pull out a book and explain it all in detail. But I'm just going to go real basic and simple. Well, not basic, but anyways, I'm just going to share it as I know it. Okay, so we're here on the earth plane. Then there are those beings in the heavenly plane, and they have a particular consciousness, right? We have a particular consciousness, yeah? And then those in the perceived, I'd like to say underworld rather than hell, those in the underworld have a different consciousness, okay? Now, the human level, those of the underworld, can come up high enough to the earth plane to speak with humans. The shamanic individuals, most properly done, but lately they've been communicating with really base level energy, which is what they can connect with, okay? It's what they communicate with. The shaman, the wise one, this individual, they have the capacity to connect with a higher consciousness, with that in heaven. So heaven can speak to the shaman, wise woman, as well as the underworld can communicate with the wise woman, the shaman, so forth, so on. This is what allows the underworld and heaven to communicate. If there's not a link in the middle and a disconnection completely, then there's an imbalance. We can't forget that which we came from, which is under and from within the ground, the underworld. Our memories, that which is behind us, our past. We must keep that with us. When we lose sight of that, when we ignore it, that's when it creeps up into our present and causes all sorts of problems. And so, yeah, that's that one. Dr. Doodloo, no, I had no master that taught me. I had no guru, no teacher of that sort. Um, I've been on this track since actively. I noticed how I had awarenesses of it beforehand, but I've been on this route actively since 2000, June 2012, and then in 2020, I essentially like went into academic study, but with my background, essentially, I know how to dissect a book and learn every aspect of it as equal as the best teacher could teach it and live it themselves. Um, and so I did that with the subjects I was being directed to, got into tarot and astrology and mathematics, like as far as astrology goes, and all of that kind of stuff, and process Hebrew reading, writing, that kind of thing, and processed hieroglyphs, wrote my own book, wrote and designed my own language, created my own love language. Um, and this is why I continually share with everybody, like it's your heart to follow. You're your leader. You've got the solution to your future, and I've got some breadcrumbs to drop off to you and let you know you're doing the right thing. You're on this kind of path. Maybe a little that way might help your path a little bit, but whatever you choose is your path. It is your path. Is not exactly the same as mine, though they will have a lot of extreme similarities, and so we can certainly share with each other those similarities. Saint Germain, love it. Yeah, absolutely, man. Energy stones, gotcha. So you can turn those stones into talismans, and I'll give you a little tip here. So so I got a stone here, right? Selenite. This one is. So for example, you can do it with any stone. So I'm gonna have this group of stone. I'll have this stone or a group of stones. I might have one or I might have a few, and I'm gonna have a special spot for them somewhere. And that's like their home. That's where they sit. And so this is an example. So I'm watching a movie and it's making me laugh. It's laughter I want to store on the stone because I get just I'm just making up a situation. I get upset all the time, so I really want to get some laughter, some really happy energy into these stones, so that when I'm not doing good, I could grab these stones and really balance out. I could really get help myself out here. So then they're in their spot. I'm watching a movie and it's making me laugh. I start to laugh and oh man, I'm gonna go grab this stone or stones and I'm gonna pull it. I'm gonna hold it in my hand. I'm gonna keep it up to my chest. But I'm not losing the moment. I'm not losing the laughter. This was just something automatic, and so I'm just just losing it over the thing. And then as soon as that moment is over and I'm done fully embodying the laughter, not just pretending, but truly just enjoying the laughter in the moment, the scene on the TV and what's going on, then I'm going to take this stone, I'm going to go put it back in its spot or with its group of stones, what have you. I am literally capturing, like a camera, the energy that's coming from me, boom, at the source of that vibration from my deep ball laughter. That vibration from is hitting that stone right up directly, and I'm cupping one hand, I'm cupping another hand, so that vibration is getting all that energy. It's like so it's got all that joy in there, and then I put it to the side. And then every single day, if I ever am at home and I see something and I'm laughing, I grab that stone. Maybe I'm going somewhere weeks later and I know it's going to mess with my vibe. I know it's going to mess with my vibe. I'm going to get a little bag. I'm going to put my stone or stones in that little bag. I'll put it in my pocket, purse, whatever I got on me. I got pouches. I got two pouches on me. Two, three. I think I got three pouches on me. Anyways, and so then I'll put that in the bag in the pouch. And when I enter that environment, number one, it's with me, so that energy is on my being, okay? And number two, if I really feel a moment that my energy is being dropped or I'm kind of like needing that, then boom, I can grab that stone and I'm good. I'm good. I'm really feeling that. I could bring that stone up to my heart. That vibration is going to ring in my heart because my body's pulsing. I'm nervous. I'm anxious. And so that energy, literally the pulse of that frequency of energy coming off of you, will activate the stone's energy. The warmth in your hand also activating that energy. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Oh, I got some balance. All right, now let me engage what was going on. Da, 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 da. And that's how you actually create a talisman the fastest. You don't even have to try to do it. You could have a group for courageous, when you're watching a movie and the main character is fighting the odds and taking out the enemy, got his sword and everything, grab that item, grab that object, grab what. It doesn't matter if it's wood, it doesn't matter if it's a stone, whatever. If you make that object dedicated to one thing, then it is going to vibrate at that energy. That's why I put so much energy into my sword. That's why I have my sword right there, and I have because if anything were to ever happen, and that would be a time when like civilized world's lost this crikiness. There's no cops around, like there's chaos going on. All right, at that kind of point in the world, which is not now, but if that ever happens, that's when I'll grab that sword. And it won't be me wielding it. That's going to be the energy I've stabilized into it. That's what's going to cut through anything in front of me. So, we create talismans naturally and don't even know it. We've captured pictures for physical appreciation of the past, but I found capturing energy is much more valuable to me. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you could put healing energy into it. Yeah, watching something, doctor healing somebody or d- yeah, turn those talismans into healing objects. Exactly, bro. Like, yes. Dr. Dude, he said I'm mostly able to do that, but with sadness, unfortunately, I can't capture happiness and laughter. Say it with me. Well, you don't have to say it with me. I'm just gonna say it for you. I'm gonna say it. My initial response will be I have not been able to capture laughter and happiness yet. Yet. You haven't done it yet. That doesn't mean you can't do it because you haven't done it yet. So that leaves an opening for your soul and your mind and your body to be like, I could do this. Belief is key. Without belief, fuck, you could put the seed in the ground, but you ain't gonna water it, are you? It ain't gonna grow to be anything. You didn't believe in it, so you just planted it in the middle of winter. Of course it's not gonna grow. Duh. That little bit of belief starts opening up those possibilities. Secondly, practice. The only way to practice is to find yourself in a state of calm and put something funny on. There was a year of my life, a solid whole year of my life. Now, you could pick whatever movie you want, and mine was Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shags Me. I laugh at that still today. I watch it. I think I'll put that on. I should put that on there. I laugh at it because it's just funny. Every aspect of it is funny from beginning to end. I just laugh at it. And there was one year of my life, and I put that movie on every single afternoon. I think it was 4 or 5 p.m. every single day. Every single day, I watch that movie every single day because I needed to laugh. I needed happiness. I had so much strife. I had so much sadness. I had so much everything. Motherfucker, I'm going to hit that motherfucking token bong. I'm going to get high as fuck. And then I'm going to put the favorite movie, funniest movie on day after day after day after day after day. Because I need to force laughter into my life. I need to force it into my life. And so, if I'm forcing something on myself, I'm not gonna be like, nah, I don't want it. Well, all right, let me relax into this. Go on, bring it on. Let me get a drink or coffee or whatever's gonna make me more happier to enjoy this moment, whatever I need to do. And that's along that journey of putting yourself first. I find that my sadness in the past, my failures and all of that, is because I was trying to help other people who either A, received it and used it, or B, people who completely ignored it and abused me for it. And when I stopped trying to help everybody else and I focused on myself, that's when I was able to really kind of get to that point where I could keep my eye on that flame in the middle of the darkest of days. I could see that light always before me. And that's something we work towards. That's something we fight for in our conscious being, in our conscious mind. It's not something that necessarily comes on to us overnight, but it's a regular, it's knowing that we're changing how we're thinking. We're choosing to have another life, to not be invested in this failing pattern that repeated. We, our parents, we thought they messed up or something, so we copied their pattern, we took out the problems we thought, and then we're stuck with the same problems. What the fuck happened? Right, correct. And so it is truly a choice to choose a different path. And as I've been saying, to fold the cards at the current poker table. I knew this guy, and he bought some seeds. He wanted to grow some watermelons. He planted his seeds, right time of season. And he'd go out, he'd check on his seeds after the first week, and still nothing sprouted. He's kind of scratching his head. Second week, nothing sprouted. He starts putting some like fertilizer in the ground, trying to water it a little extra more. And like he's trying every day, nothing's coming up. And I had got some seeds too, and I tried to grow them too, and they started, mine sprouted, started growing. I said, maybe you got a bad batch. Maybe try some different seeds. He kept trying. And he never gave up on them seeds. And when season came round, well, he had nothing to show for it. No watermelons grew. Sometimes we got a dud of a seed, and all the nurturing we're giving ain't gonna do nothing to it. It's not a good seed. Sometimes we need to go get some different seeds. And if you lost me or didn't follow me, those seeds are people. Those seeds are our environment of who we decide to share our time with and our love with and our patience with. Not that we're going to get something back. No, on the contrary, that they may receive the keys to conquer future obstacles with ease. We're there to give, not receive. And when we wind up receiving, gosh, how special it feels and how happy it feels. And that moment is ever much more even so magnificent. Awesome, Doctor. Ashley. But my father took me and my sister to see that movie 8 times. We laughed every time. It was so true. That's great. Doctor, I didn't answer this question. You asked, you can store it on other objects now, then energy stones. Yes. 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 Okay, look, check this out. Okay, we're gonna go X-Men for a little bit, but follow me. I'm not being stuck there, but okay, Professor X, his ability, Xavier's ability, his specialty is he can connect telepathically, right? He can find other minds. Magneto, he's a specialist in metal, right? He could like do anything with metal, right? That's why he's Magneto, right? And then you got Pyro and da 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 da, whatever the correct names are. I don't mean to get anything off. Right? So everybody's their own expert in their own field. Okay. their own element. You can be an expert, a master of all the elements. That's what an alchemist is. See, in these movies and these storylines, they show different archetypes because that's only one aspect of the life you can be. That's only one power of your ability. You could issue out fire as well as you could issue out ice. It depends on which combination of chakras you decide to empower in the moment of trance state of being, which you're emotionally active. And in the astral realm, these elements are actually being worked with. So that transforms into the material world, not like you would see it in the movies. Some do have some special gifts, but by knowing the metal in its basic components as an alchemist, as a magician, as an individual on this route, then yeah, you could convert raw energy to metal. If you're learned how to work with earth as well and rock, then you can transfer energy into rock. If you learn water, you can transfer that energy into water. You transfer that energy into anything you desire to transfer it into. Now, some substances, such as wood or other substances that are more porous, they do not hold energy for a long period of time. So it dissipates. So it has to be regularly recharged. There are certain elements that you can do to empower it so that energy is more long lasting, such as a yantra, carving a sacred symbol, so forth and so on, into an object. That's going to empower its presence so much more effectively and longer lasting into that wood or porous material, and even that much more into stone or any other harder object. And for that being as it is. Though, yes, as an alchemist, you are the master of all the elements. That's why you're an alchemist, because you can transform energy into matter. That's why we imprint on each other. Two people hanging around each other long enough, you develop each other's characteristics without even trying. That's why you say each other's words before the other person is going to say it, or right as they're saying it. Because you're actually magically transforming energy into a talisman, a copy of yourself. But it's a two-way street. When we're doing that, we get from them and they get from us, and we get more diverse and unique as we traverse. How long can I hold energy in metal? The energy I put into this metal will stay there until it's gone, until it's literally uh, dissolved by something hotter that can actually melt down that metal, and that is no normal metal. It's not no normal stainless. This is advanced metal. Is your real sword. I did the same thing with my gong. Um, my gong. I've literally I don't know how many hours, to be honest, but I've spent days, a multitude of days, especially for the first month, the first 30 days, like spending like 3+ hours every single day reading mantras. There's one peace that I have. It's not a repetition of the same words. It's a blessing of to the divine, and it's a 4 hour long reading, like legit in Sanskrit, and um, and I put that gong right in front of me and spoke that energy right into the gong. And so all of those mantras, all of those blessings, all of that energy literally into a regular resonance to where that is its new vibration. That is its new resting vibration. And so, so especially when I do hit the gong, it activates all of that energy. Um, there are certain I don't want to say the wrong thing, but there's certain monks or Buddha monks or wise men of whichever grouping they are. I apologize. Sorry, not sorry, but like they, um, I think it's Chinese or Buddhist. I think it's one or the other. And I forget what it's called, but it's like a cylinder, and so they do the carving of the yantra, they do the carving of the symbol of the meaning, and they do many of these on one, and then as somebody comes by and spins it, every time it goes around, it's activating that energy. And so like boom, you could activate a lot of energies with the spin of them, just by spinning them beyond another, another message. So there are a multitude of ways in being able to create talismans and work with energy, because essentially I can't spend every single day uh, 4 hours going on something for the rest of my life in order to advance. I've got to be able to do that, create its vibrational pattern within me, learn to support that pattern, to feed that pattern in my daily life some way, and then I can spend those 4 hours learning something else every day. And that's how we do. That's the tower building up. That's the main focus of the whole set of information. And then the little kind of token that we have with us, so that we can maintain so much, but yet not lose one's connection and grasp with the present moment where we are. Doctor said, "Oh, okay, that's crazy. It's almost bond permanently to each atoms." Yes. Okay, so what we're on the bonding of atoms that we're talking about in this alchemist fashion, okay? It's bring in the construct of entangling with somebody in the world, okay? So they come by and they give a compliment. I'm going to use a positive rather than a negative on this metaphorical experience. So somebody walks by and they give a positive compliment or something. So then I decide to engage, and when I engage and I make a comment, when I face my direction towards them, and I make a comment towards them, I am entangling with their energy. So when I go home, I'm going to think of them. When they go home, they're going to think of me. Just period. Not setting in, no intentions made, no anything made, just a kind gesture and an entanglement. And a lot of us are most familiar with the negative entanglements. That's entanglement. That's bonding of atoms. That's quantum entanglement. So you literally, that's what you're doing in the alchemical transference of one's energy with something else. Yes, truly bonding with it. Um, and in that, it's not that you are forever connected to the object, but the object is resonating that energy, that frequency at its pure state. So essentially, anybody else who's in a trance state of being with their chakras aligned and all that stuff going on, when they, if they are given the privileged to allow it to be, whatever the case, then they actually are receiving that energy as well. It's not that they take it or it's gone, but they're able to feel the resonance and actually have that frequency be imprinted into their own being. This is how we can give each other um, spiritual tools of the trade without having to make somebody a follower of ourselves. I can just give you the updated code. I can give you the cheat code. Games and tricks. Tricks and tips. Tricks and tips, that's what it was back in the day for us. Tips and Tricks was the magazine. If you wanted cheat codes, there was no internet. There was no AOL. There was Tips and Tricks. Tips and Tricks. Whew, got the game codes. And so that's what we do. We figure out the little tricks, the little hacks at life to be able to move forward and smoother. And that's what we're sharing with each other. Boom, 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 boom. We all got those tips and tricks. We all progressing through the game of life together. We all get to be winners. But properly for each one as they earn their win themselves. Very welcome, Dr. Dude. Okay, so Dr. Dude said, I understand now. I just know the basic, but this makes a lot of sense. You can explain very complex subjects, but simply. Very rare. Thanks a lot. Super welcome, super welcome, super welcomes. And this is what I learned to do myself. This is what I taught myself. I didn't learn this from anybody else, but this is what I looked at the world and evaluated and said, I'm going to do this differently. Okay, so when I read this book the first time, there's a whole lot of words I have no clue what they meant. I could try to make like sense of their context, but I never heard the freaking word before. First time I read this book, page 1 to the last page, I ain't stopping for nothing. I ain't looking nothing up. I'm reading from beginning to end, going through all of it. Second time I read it through, okay, I'm going to slow down for every word I don't know. I'm going to look up in the dictionary the meaning of that word, and I'm going to write in my book the most simplest explanation of that definition, the most simplest, accurate. I'm going to write it down in my book. So now, the third time I read it through, as I go back and look, I don't read the complicated word. I look at my simple understanding, which allows me to get from one big idea to the next very easily. And when I'm talking, when I'm sharing information, those big words, even if remembered, they're not worth saying because it's going to lose people. You're not going to be able to keep up with it. And what if somebody younger, a teenager or something, and they're following the information, they're like, simple verbiage, anybody can understand at whatever level they're at. Wow, now that's a teacher. Now, in my regard, that's a teacher. Because they don't, sounding smart limits who you can talk to. And if you limit who you can talk to on that regard, on what somebody's technically learned through education or then you'll never see somebody's heart for who it is, for what it is, which means you'll never know them. You could spend every single day with that person for 90 years and you'll never know who they are because you never could see their heart. They couldn't see their own heart. And before my mom passed on, I saw Rosemary's heart. I saw Rosemary for who she was. Not just mom, but I seen what she walked through, what she lived through, what she conquered. And after she passed on, and my daughters and all that, it was like anybody I meet, anybody I have a moment with, That's what we, if I can't meet the person's heart, if I can't see their heart, I'm not there for it. I'm tired of not knowing who somebody is and waiting 10 years to be like, damn, you were an asshole the whole time? Could have told me that from the beginning. Wait a second, they did tell me because that's how they treated me. I just refused. I dismissed it. I thought they were 30 years old and hadn't learned, you know, respect yet. So I thought I was supposed to teach them. How stupid of me. How stupid of me to not recognize an asshole when I see one. Um, yeah. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Okay, now that's actually a good comment. Chaotic neutral shit show. For many, our parents are our first bullies. We learned their behavior from the get go. If we could survive it as a child, imagine what we're capable of grown out of their environment. Imagine what we can do beyond those years of isolated thought and reach and ability. And that's where we excel beyond them. We excel beyond because we learned keep your friends close and keep your enemies closer. Some people decided to get the lickety lick from the heart of the heart at the beginning of their start. I like to get the rough stuff out the way in the beginning so I could enjoy my day afterwards. How about you? Early bird get the worm kind of thing? Doing good, doing good. Is surviving it, coping it into adulthood. So, one thing I mention often is that awareness is the key to your eternity. If you're aware of something, then you have options of how to interact with it. If you're not aware of something, then the door's closed, there's no options, there's no way out. When we look at our past and we see their behaviors, when we examine all of it and we don't ignore it, but the pain comes, the tear flows, all the junk happens. But when we examine our past of how we were mistreated when we were young by whoever it was, we're able to see their pattern of behaviors and their specific characteristic traits of how they interact with life, things they say, whether they gave us compliments, whether they gave us insults, whether they built us up and made us real happy and then got us to do something they wanted and then treated us like shit the whole time afterwards, set us up, knocked us down, and walked on top. Okay, when you can look back and see all of those things, then you can see those characteristical traits in another person. I don't know about you, but I'm done with the whole three strikes you're out. I need one factual, evidential, flawless in the moment of the heat and everything, that characteristical trait to pop out of somebody, and then I already fucking know. I already fucking know. Now this person, if we were talking and friendly and everything was good, then I'm gonna be cool enough off to the side, whatever, and be like, "Yo, bro, did I get something wrong?" I'll give it a one chance. But if it's just a stranger, if it's just somebody in passive, if it's just something like that, or even if it's somebody I've known for years and they let this sharpness pop out of them flawlessly, then I know that they've just been posing the whole time. They've been keeping me close for whatever reason, and I don't even care to find out the reason. All I know is I want out because I see where this goes. One action leads to the next action, leads to the next action. Man, woman, boom, beers, substances, is, well, they're going to get together and boom, boom, and boom, as a child is next, right? That's how kind of, so if I, then I get out the fucking room. I see what's going on. Now there's some bad stuff in there. It's not mixing up too good. That's not a person I want to have a kid with. I ain't going to be in that room with those people. I ain't going to be there for that shit to just happen. No. I'm not going to be the accident of somebody's actions. Not anymore. That's for sure. I like, so this is a good connection on all of this, Evie. But true, I never would have been where I am today on my spiritual journey without them. So I'm very grateful for my family being messed up, lol. And that's the exact mindset I have. My mom, she was a good mom, just sharing with that, but everything else and everyone else. Anyways, I'm right with y'all. And, but I'm grateful for all of, even those sour moments and those realities, because exactly, I learned from them. They taught me. And looking back and being grateful, truly, that's energy, that's goodness we're sending to them, that their life may improve, whether we know it or not. And that's exactly what we were talking about earlier, is sending out love to everybody, even the ones that have done wrong. It's just sending love out and letting that love dominate everything. Love is the most formidable thing in this world. I have found that with love within you truly, there's nothing that can stop. There's nothing that can stop you. There's nothing that can stop me. There's nothing that can stop the divine. They always show up right on time. Very welcome, very welcome. Thank you, thank you. That's a huge reality. Is we do, people of love and goodness, we do get seemingly trapped in a place of darkness, but we're not trapped. Like was put, I think it was Jam. I really believe the Father was separating me from my family. There was darkness there that wanted to keep me in a dark place, and it truly is a part of our journey to learn from those who were around. And once we've learned what we need to learn, our journey can move forward. And that's when divinity, the divine father, the divine mother, in space and in matter, in our time of the present, can extract us from a situation. And really, because we grew, we developed, we graduated, we learned our lesson. And one thing I've found with the divine journey is that once the lesson is learned, okay, good. Now you know what you can do with it. Now you can have that. Okay, like school. Uh, that grade was passed, 100 A, B, whatever you got. Good deal. Done. You don't go back to that classroom. It's time to enter a new classroom. That means new classmates, new teacher, new environment, new subject matter. Everything changes. We're not talking about that stuff all over. You already did that. You can do that. And that's a lot of times what I would personally want to do is like, I want to keep doing all that extra stuff that I was doing before. It's time to move on. It's time to let that go and move on to what's going to come. In order to do that, it's really kind of having a blank plate, empty plate, and having an empty plate before us. Oh, okay, something to be put there. A lot of people would correlate at this moment that in order to fill your cup, you must empty what's in it. Though, as the divine did with me, I emptied my cup out. They filled it up, and then divinity said, "Okay, you see that cupboard right there? Yeah." They said, "Take that cup and put it in the cupboard." Take the cup, put it on the shelf in the cupboard. I was handed another cup. It was already empty. They filled that one up. They said, "Put that one in the cupboard." And over and over and over and over and over and over till the three shelves in the whole cupboard were filled up with an exotic amount of cups with different substances. And then once it was done, two glass doors were closed and said, "All right, now, anytime you need a solution for something, you can go open that cupboard and mix whatever you need to as a solution. Go on." That's why we learn to let go of things so that we can learn new things. That's how your awareness is your key to eternity, an eternity of growth. All of this allows you to create a new atmosphere in this world. That atmosphere is whatever you can not just imagine it to be, but embody your dreams. I had my room set up like this in its own fashion where I was at one place, and every single item was literally a memory from a place or from somebody. And for everything that I lost, my daughters, my mom, my family, everything just went away. Memories are important. So I had this movie, and I hadn't watched the movie. Well, I started watching the movie. I started watching it like years ago, and I watched it like the first opening scene and song was like, boom, this movie's awesome. And then I was like, it went on, and I was just like, I'm not into this. I turned it off. And then like fast forward to the moment I'm like, I got this kind of set up, and I'm in a different state of mind frame and everything. I've lost and all that kind of stuff and dotty 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 and then I happened to watch that movie. I saw that movie and I was like, well, let me give it another try. Maybe I'll check it out this time. I started watching it from the beginning, opening, or whatever the case, or maybe I fast forwarded to where I stopped the last time, whatever the case. But then in the final scene of the movie, which is where the first scene of the movie started, the dude's talking to these kids and he's walking through his shop and he's like, that's when you realize at the end of the movie that every single memory shared in the movie was an object on the shelf on the walls. And I was like, you motherfuckers. Like divine timing, I tell you what, they told me I wasn't ready to see that movie. I wasn't ready to do that creation yet. So they were like, not yet, not yet, not yet. And that was the reason why I lost interest in it. And then after I had done what I had done and realized like was living what I was living, then the universe said, okay, now watch, see what you've become. And I was like, whoa. And that's powerful. It's powerful to become something that you didn't see or imagine, but your heart drove you there. Your soul drove you through unknown territory and created something beautiful. Is that not a flower of creation? Is that not the matrix of life embodied? Is that not the truth that God the Father and the Mother see as their child, of which they will protect with all their life? For you are that bloom, you are that divine blooming of life. And I tell you, believe me or not, but divinity will protect what you are when your heart is pure and when you follow your course and you live this life. No harm will come to you. And that's why fear doesn't even have to be considered for any reason, because no reason is just enough to do wrong to somebody with a heart of love. You're someone special. And that's why you've experienced some unique things that you've told people to, and they disbelieve you and say other kinds of things. Your dreams are our future reality. Your embodiment is the actual creation of it. Because the world, it needs inspiration. It needs inspiration more than somebody who's been paid by some corporation. And that's you not selling out. Don't sell your soul out anymore. Your body, your mind appreciate it a whole lot more. I learned how to live for my mother's heart in the flesh. When she died, I learned how to live for her heart in the spirit. And after that, I learned how to embody my own heart because she taught me from the living and from the grave. My mama taught me how to be who I am. And my mama is still teaching from the grave. She's that good. You have family where no man can reach and no evil has sway over. You got family that can protect and guide you through the dark. But without trust, there is no bond. And that trust starts with your own heart. Let your heart lead your life for 24 hours. Or did you forget how to be a kid? Because when I was a kid, like I am today, I let my heart decide what my body does. And my heart doesn't think about anybody else except me. It thinks about me. But that's where my conscious, elevated mind thinks about others. So I'm not selfish. But I can still allow that to happen in the current and keep it all in properly balanced. You have power, you have imagination, and you have surroundings that is going to create something completely unique. I look forward to when the world is full of that kind of life everywhere. That is the norm. That is the new. That is the in thing to do. This might be called YouTube. But may it be about you. In the most loving of ways, in the most joyous of sharings. Colorful bubbles. Um, let's go for it, Timothy. Let's hear it, Timothy Andrews 3332. I got an answer. Earlier I was just chatting, just letting divine flow. I was reading from a few different, couple of different things earlier. But I'm waiting for Timothy's question. No rush, no rush. Most definitely, German Gonzalez Galvin. All right, so threes are popping for Timothy. Pop, 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 pop. Let's do it. All right. So here's your message. All right. Base number 3. Zodiac is connected to Sagittarius. The chakra is the third eye. Now, if you're a 3, or as you're resonating with 3 currently, I will say, 3 is the number of strength and 3 is the number of strength and follow through. A masculine and outward orientated energy that leads by sheer force of will and fosters exceptional work ethic. Success and failure are exciting teachers in the scope of this vibration, with self worth being built around the constant creation and refining of ambitious goals and solid leadership. Ambition is what drives a 3. Your standards are high, and usually only you will be able to meet them. Others are not willing to work as long and as hard as you for success. The amount of perfectionism inherent in a 3 makes it very hard to fail. There is only one correct answer, and only the best will do. Only second place is losing. Life can be very black and white. Now, these high standards can be hard to meet, especially as a child or young adult. To do your best and invest yourself in everything you do is commendable. The difference between your aspirations and your growing abilities might frustrate the heck out of you. Fail, Failing your way to success can be hard on a 3. With a 3's strong power and focus comes a good deal of self worth. Knowing your own power is what makes it possible for you to use it. When you fail, you blame only yourself. You don't make a big deal out of your accomplishments. You see them as a natural extension of the work you put in. As the parent of a 3, put your attention to commending the process of exploration instead of focusing on the end product. This can ease the burden of your child and this can ease the burden your child can self inflict when trying to meet the vision and standards that fall beyond his or her current capabilities, even that child within. As a 3, if your name is not supporting your essence, life can get very tough. Name vibrations that create drama and make you entwined in failures and broken dreams can make you bitter and cynical. If you don't get results from your work, you'll work harder. And since 3's are hard to break, this can get very exhausting, joyless, and dysfunctional. 3's are perfect leaders and contractors. If you want the job done, hire a 3. 3's are self sufficient, individualistic, and stubborn. It is the base energy with the most basic physical power and endurance. To others, a 3 might appear cold, conservative, or closed off at times. The 3's can hide their emotional state and put up a shield against prying eyes. This ability comes in handy in business, but not in love or close rope friendships. A 3 often has a very dry, quirky, and self deprecating kind of humor as one of their well hidden secrets. They are often harder on themselves and set the bar higher for their own accomplishments than others would, but do not ask them for advice unless you want to hear their honest, unbiased, and piercing thoughts. 3's have a strong and loyal family bond. One can trust the 3 to be there when they say they will. Some 3's sacrifice so much for their family because they see not showing up for something they committed to as forfeiting the right to experiencing it, and they often forget to ask for help in situations where it takes a village. The number 3 vibrates with cognitive, logical prowess, and this mindset and approach is also applied in relationships. A 3 does not pursue romance or friendships without being fully committed to keeping the fire and connection going for years. 3's love to be generous and buy luxurious gifts, not because of a desire to display their wealth, but rather because they want to offer their loved ones the very best. The life goal here is success and leadership. The life lesson is nuances, cultivating empathy for yourself and others, to lead, and to lead from your heart. 3's and the spiritual ability. 3's show a strong intuition that often gets ignored or not recognized for the gift it is. And so for that, like, I definitely connect with the three energy myself. And that's where I encourage people to follow their heart and give different methods and strategies of how to embody to live according to one's own life, because this is going to help them connect to their intuition and trust that heart information that's coming in through that intuition, so that they can make the best choice for them in this life. And so that's something where I honor in people who I know that are listening or hanging around me, that's the kind of vibration that I learned how to overcome that, or I was helped to overcome that. And thus I anyways. Inventive growth, um complete that's, you can go on if you want, but that's complete doubt and complete false. That's that's complete dismissal. That's disacknowledgement. When one sees events on a continuity of circumstances, even within a short amount of time, the rapidity of its success rate is a spike in activity enough to bring out the awareness. This is how we communicate with a higher consciousness. This is how we communicate with elements. This is how we communicate with each other. This is the beginning, the building blocks of actually doing that. And in all reality, that information can be coming up because either A, that's what we're working through currently. Every single every single base number has, we all connect with it. We all connect with all of them. But the weather patterns of energy that winds up happening throughout humanity that we don't physically see, or was on some radars we do, we pick them up, but they don't know what they're really looking at. But we go through these patterns of, okay, it's time to work on this. If we're not this, let's become this. If we're not this at all, and we know we're not this, maybe we need to find somebody like this to complement whatever strategy, whatever job, whatever workflow. Maybe somebody of this sort is in our immediate interactions, and they need us to help just maybe build some self confidence in them, help them have some success through a leadership that is walking by example, not just a bunch of words that somebody's not going to connect with. On a multitude of ways, the awareness of this aspect, as I've done it for myself, is I've worked through each of these base numbers, because any other number after that is a combination of the base numbers. Hence, if you work through the base numbers, then you can alchemize any of the other numbers. Eh. So I usually work on the base of something, the formula, the pattern, and once I have those primary unadulterated components, then I can truly alchemize my future to be more attuned with something that is like my heart, and that's love and goodness and all that positivity, all that optimistical stuff. Most definitely, Timothy Andrew. Um, for you to type that in, what I've found is that when I have an optimistic outlook like that, that's some divine resonance. So it will be okay. It'll work out, most definitely the way you see it. Sometimes we gotta let people run ahead of us and let them trip up on their own shoelaces. And then we could just walk by without a hindrance. It can be that easy. It can be that really easy. I've found it's that easy. I have found it is that easy. Much love, many blessings. Thank you for being here. We'll be here tomorrow, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you're in another part of the world, -4 GMT. 5 a.m. at that time. And Donna Degwai, until we see you next time, much love and many blessings.